Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Can you hear us? Oh, can you hear me? I should say, not us. There's only one person here. A no heat version? Oh man. Oh god, they'd better do stuff quick. I mean, I saw that they said they're putting out an emergency patch, which is supposed to go out tomorrow, but man, yeah, Bandai Namco's gotta do some serious damage control right now. What the fuck? Oh my god! Jesus! Ah! 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 Oh my god. They said there was 1,500 changes. And they said they were gonna do it in like order. They said they were gonna do it in order. No, toe was not stubbed, but maybe something almost as bad if you guys hate wet socks as much as I do. And if you hate wet socks as well as random unforeseen cat hairballs, oh my god, yuck. And I'm telling you right now, my cats are the hairball experts, I swear to God. It definitely gets worse the older they get because they start to groom themselves more. But it also depends on the age of the cats. I mean, it depends on the breed of the cats, because some cats are hairier than others. And boy, I gotta tell you, man, whatever Burmese cats are, they have freaking hairballs constantly. And it's so gross, dude. Ugh. Cats in general don't clean themselves when they're younger, at least when they're kittens. I don't think it takes 3 years before they start grooming themselves. Incidentally, that is why people who are allergic to cats are not allergic to kittens, because humans are, when they're allergic to cats, it's more that they're allergic to an enzyme or something in their saliva. And so when kittens don't lick themselves, you actually they don't trigger any of your allergies, which is kind of nice. But if it's older cats and they start cleaning themselves, that's when you start running into that. So Yeah, if she's short-haired, then that's probably one of the things that makes it so that it's not going to be as bad. Oh man, because I mean the funny thing is that, you know, Jasmine and Nathan are medium hair length cats, but Jesus Christ, like, oh God, like I don't know what it is, but they also shed like mad. I should do a better job of brushing them. But one, ADHD, etc., makes it a little bit harder, but I should do that more often. Let me see here. Why is, oh, I have to click activate source. I always forget that part there. And if I'm not mistaken, it should be fixed. It should be doing this already there. Yes, okay. I mean, the time that I start, obviously, on a Tuesday, it's always Wednesday for a lot of people here. Let's see something here. Okay, yep, there goes, there goes, there goes, there goes. All right, all of it is working. Good, good, good. Good, 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 good. Okay, just 1 second. Right before the stream started, I heard Nathan harassing Jasmine. I was just standing here, and then all of a sudden I just heard hissing. And usually it's like one hiss, and then that's it, and that's cool. But this time it was like hiss, 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 hiss. And I was like, Nathan, what are you doing? And he got scared and ran. And now he's back up here. And he's licking my arm, and he's trying to be all like nice and everything. Definitely trying to be very apologetic right now. Forrest, I haven't started yet because I've been lazy on the Patreon stuff. I need to get all the Patreon stuff, but also the problem is like, and I just haven't got a good response from anybody about whether Patreon is even the right place to go anymore, because I think a lot of people say stuff like that, you know, Ko-Fi is better and stuff like that. What are you doing, Nathan? Oh, okay. So I'm still trying to decide if I want to migrate to Ko-Fi or stick with Patreon, and I'm not sure what the advantages of one or the others is, etc., etc. So I still got a lot of things that I got to look for here. Oh. Right, that's the thing, is I've heard a lot of downsides to Patreon these days. That it's not quite the same. It's KO-FI is what it is. Okay, where am I? What am I trying to find over here? Not this, not this, not this. What, notifications? Oh, I see, that's all this. All right, this is all stuff here. But what I'm looking for is my profile, so let's do this. Oh wait, is that it here? No, these are searches. So let's put this over here. Hi, Nathan. Oh, you're trying to apologize now. Don't apologize to me. Apologize to Jasmine. Do you actually have a Ko-Fi account, Forrest? Because there's Ko-Fi, then there's also Buy Me a Coffee, which is a different one. Yeah, there's a lot of like options now. Before, when it was just Patreon, but Patreon's gone through a lot of changes. All the things that I thought I could do with Patreon, I can't even do anything with it. So I'm not even sure. I mean, at this point in time, I wonder if I should just, see, like, should I just manage it myself? Should I just keep track of it myself with like spreadsheets and stuff? But, right, a lot of the FGC artists use Ko-Fi for sure. All right, let me do my socials really quick over here. Typing ASMR, yes. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I haven't put Blue Sky here. It's a good call. I totally didn't even think about that, to be honest with you. I will do that at some point, so that's a good call. I will see what I can do. Shoot, what am I trying to do? That's right, I'm trying to do socials. I'm just bad at socials here because I get easily distracted, etc., etc. All right, here we go. Got a few clerical things I need to do. Shoot, you know what? I'm gonna forget, so let me add some to some notes over here, because otherwise I'm just going to forget. God. Didn't I have one of these before? Hi, Nathan. What are you doing, Nathan? You are trying to be super, super nice over here. Okay, let's see. Obviously, I do not have something. Let's do this. Dun, 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 dun. Okay. Oh wait, this is not. Oh, that's why I might be looking in the wrong place. Shoot. Here we go. Ah, yes. Here it is. Okay. Okay. Give me 1 second. Trying to manage my ADHD right now. Oh shoot, you know what? I should turn up the music so you guys have something to listen to at least. I mean, I have a Blue Sky. I just haven't put it on the social bar when I redid the socials bar, but oh God, I'm still waiting on one thing so I can finalize that socials bar, and it's driving me nuts. You should be able to, Mage Nicholas. If you sub to one chat, you should be able to use it on others. That's the way it usually works. That's the whole point of subbing, right? To a channel. Oh, but is that different? Is following emotes different than subbing? Are there such thing as follower emotes? What the hell? Whoa! When did these show up? When did these show up? Holy crap! I need to take advantage of this. What the hell? And I still only have one animated emote out of 20. I can definitely add a lot of things here. Shoot. Holy crap. Man, I've got a lot of things that I can do here. I haven't looked at my emote stuff in a long time. That's actually something that I even just put onto my my list of clerical things I need to do, which is migrate a bunch of the Ultra Chen TV emotes over. I definitely need to get at least the 2 Tuesday emotes over to there. Actually, I can probably at least just do that right now. That shouldn't be very hard at all, actually, now that I think about it. Let's see here. I don't think it's here, right? No, it should be over here. Let's see this. Yes, yes. This is yes. Okay. Let's see. Oh, there we go. Let's see. Does that work? Yep. Okay. What did I call it on the other channel? Was it just Tuesday? Oh, it was Twos. Okay, I didn't want to make it too long, so I just called it Twos. Okay, Chen Twos. All right. What is emote attribution? What the freak is emote attribution? God, these things are like getting way too complicated here. Oh man. Image is not square shaped. What? What? Hang on a second. Whoa. What the hell? What the hell? I am so confused right now. Give me 1 second here. Is it this one? Yes, this should be this one. Emotes. Yes, I'm old school. I just did a Tim the Toolman Taylor grunt there. Whoa. Why is that one so big? Oh, what? How come I don't have a smaller one? Oh, there it is. Whoa. Wait, what? Is it this one here? Oh, it is. Oh, I see what I'm doing. Oh, man, my brain. There we go. Oh, maybe emote attribution. Yeah, maybe that is what you can do. You can let it, you could actually let other people know about it. Let's see here. Obviously, those of you on Twitch won't be able to see some of these, but I don't know how fast that they show up. Nope, not yet, huh? Okay, so let's see. Okay, not yet. They take a while to show up. Let's try this. Oh, there we go. No, they're there. Okay, all I had to do was refresh the screen and they are there. So I have the emotes now ported over there, so you can definitely grab those over there. Actually, a good question would be is what other ones would I want to move over there? I still have the Tasty Steve flexing ones. Which ones do like? I know they have data, I think, like on which emotes people use the most or something like that. I think I gotta see. Like, oh yeah, the Hulk one is very valuable. I still need one for me where I'm crying. I still need a crying emote for sure. David Chef Kiss, UCTV Kappa, and Angry Hulk. Yeah, I'll definitely be moving some of these to the follower emotes. So that way I have room for other ones. The PogChamp one has never existed anywhere. The PogChamp one, weirdly enough, is only on Discord. The Discord. Oh yeah, no spoilers. Yeah, please no talking about spoilers. God, Jesus, my brain these days. I swear. No, it's not that I'm like forgetting. It's just that I know I'm thinking of like 7 different things at the same time right now, and it's messing me up. So, let me, okay, let's do something here. Can you actually like move them up here? Do they let you do this? No, they don't. Okay, let's see here. Which ones feel like the essential ones that I should give out for free? You know what? I mean, the Chun-Li what should be free, I think. So let's do that. So I'm gonna remove this from the slot over here. What would you say is the most basic, like, what is the most basic? Yeah, see, you got me ADHDing. You got me ADHDing, Mage Nicholas. I'm like now, dude. It's just like I'm just getting stuck doing this. Which ones do you think should be some of the most basic emotes that I should allow for people to use? Maybe Chengasm probably as well. Would probably a good one to be a free emote. Chengasm, like you said, the Chen, oh, super valuable. Okay, so don't put that one as a free one. Chen Logic, maybe Chen Logic. Chen Logic might be a good one. Okay, maybe Nathan and Jasmine should be free ones. All right, let's see. What can I do over here? Let's check over here. Oh, you know what? Okay, I got ideas. I got ideas here. Let's do this. Okay. Wow, where? Oh, there it is. Okay. It's probably this one here. Yeah, that one should do it there. Yep, there it is. Okay. All right. Okay. So let's do that. Actually, you know what? I shouldn't do that. Let me do something else. Okay, let me do this. Look what you have done. Look what you have done. Okay, let's see. Large, medium, and small. All right, so that's this one. Okay. No, it shouldn't. It shouldn't. It should be cleaned. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, let's do... What did I call it on the other channel? Did I just call it... I did call it Hulk Smash. I should just call it Hulk this time. It's just so it's easier to... just so it's easier to type. So let's get that in here. God, I look so young in this one. Jesus. Didn't I just say I was going to delete one and mark it free? I don't remember which one that is now. How about Chen Smash? Do you want Chen Smash or do you want Hulk, Chen Hulk? What do you want? What do you want? Chen Smash or Chen Hulk? Hulk? Okay. Okay, and then didn't I just upload? Oh, that's right. I was gonna make Chen What. That's why the What one was gonna be free. So let's actually do that. So go to here. No, that's the right place. Fuck, where did I put it? Oh, there it is. Okay, there we go. So let's do that. This one, I'll let them auto size for me. Okay, so the Tuesday show will be a free one. So I've got Kappa, Hulk, and What, and then you guys want some other ones. You guys like the Ultra David Kisses, that's what it is, yeah, okay. I'll just call that Chen Kiss, basically, is what I'll do, but I'll make that a free one. Oh, there we go. Here we go. There's the large one. Whoops. Okay. Large. Medium. And small. All right. Chen Kiss. There we go. So you would just have it copied. That's awesome. Okay, so I have one more free slot of my emotes that I have right now that are paid, or is there an Ultra Chen TV one that you would like to see moved over? So I've moved over Hulk Smash, I've moved over Kappa. You know what I'll do? I'll move the what I'll actually do here. I mean, I could probably move some stuff into the tier 2 emotes. But I don't have any room for tier 2 emotes. You only have room for 5. Maybe I can put Tasty Steve into the tier 3. I haven't seen a lot of people using the Tasty Steve ones in a while, so I'll leave those alone for now. I'll move them over when I have a better chance to actually do this a little bit more here. You know what the interesting thing about it is that there's actually not a lot of people who do the multi-part emotes anymore, right? Like the multi-line. They do more of the in a row emotes. So like the Tasty Steve ones would work. But the but these days people don't do like the split ones as much. You're right, yeah, the animated ones you see a lot more of. So I need to start adding more animated emotes here. I gotta think of some good animated emotes. Let's see here. All right, you know what? Let's do this. Do I have these still somewhere? Because I made these a long time ago. Oh yeah, there we go. Okay. I do. Okay, let's do this. I will do this myself. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, is that you always end up in that situation where somebody actually just types in between it these days, and so it just doesn't work as well, for sure. Now, I'll call these ones the same. I'm gonna call them Flex, Ebony, and Ivory like I did before. I just thought Ebony and Ivory was a funny name because references to all sorts of things and just funny names to give to Tasty Steve's guns, right? Oh, there they are. Okay. And I do have them in that order, right? It is Ebony and then Ivory. Yeah, so it's Ebony, Flex, then Ivory. So let's do that here. Oops. Okay, let's see. UCTV Ebony. UCTV Ebony. There we go. UCTV Ebony. I haven't done my socials yet, have I? I haven't even done the socials yet because I got distracted. Okay, I'm gonna put up Ivory and then I'm gonna do my socials really quick. Dang it, you guys. Look what you do to me. This is what happens to me. This is why it sucks being ADHD. Oh my God. Okay, there we go. All right. All right. Upload, pow. All right, so a lot of them should be over there now, so. Oops, I gotta refresh the page on my end, but it shows up everywhere else. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so I've got those, and now for follower emotes, God, does anybody even remember who created the Pog emote in my Discord? Now that I'm thinking about it, I can't stop doing things that I'm not supposed to be doing. Shoot. No, that's not where I'm supposed to go. Oh, okay. Here's where I'm supposed to go. And then server settings, emoji. I have, where is it? There it is. PogChen. Oh, I can't actually like see it or download it or anything like that. Okay, I don't know who. I guess Boats and Joe's created a long time ago. I'm gonna have to find the original picture, and if I can find the original picture, then I can do the Photoshop work to it when I need to. Okay, that's a good way to freaking stop myself here and actually like social and stuff. Hang on. Okay, hang on. Shoot, what am I trying to do? Okay, here I am, post. Oh my, wait, I did do one of the socials, didn't I? Didn't I do one of the socials? I kind of remember typing one now. No, I didn't. I must have started typing it and just stopped. And did so, okay, oh God. Oh, yeah, I did start it. I did start it, but I got distracted. Okay, here we go. Okay, stream link next tweet, add the picture for engagement. Okay, copy this just in case they decide to kill it. So let's do this, delete here, stream link, there we go, post all. Let's see, copy link, go to Discord, go to upcoming streams. All right. It's funny how like I was like, yeah, we need to, you know, merge all of our, we need to merge, like, I need to merge my Discord servers because it's super difficult to manage like all of the stuff that I've got to do, you know, and like this will make it so that all the social stuff will be easier, and then the social stuff just got more complicated anyway. I'm just like, come on, man, come on. Just because I added, well, to be fair, at least because of that, now that I've added YouTube and all these other things like that, you know, it actually isn't, it would be harder if I didn't do that. So let's see here. But, oh God, I mistyped that. All right, so post it here, copy this text, post. I'm really sad that this macro doesn't work on Discord here. I have a button on my Stream Deck that just spits out the text for my links, just so it makes it easier, but it doesn't work on Discord for some reason, and it drives me nuts. I don't know why it doesn't like Discord when I try to do that. What if I did something like this? Nope, that doesn't work. That doesn't, it's annoying. Okay, that's good, Mage. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I definitely need a laughing emote as well. So I need a crying emote and I need a laughing emote. I could probably make my laughing one an animated emote, and actually the crying one, maybe if I had one that was animated, although a regular non-crying emote might actually work too. I kind of do want to do, I wanted to, I don't know if there's anybody out there who's really good at this kind of thing. Oh, what's up, Gibby? One of the things that I wanted to do was, I couldn't even tell what that animated emote was doing, Gibby. I thought it was like some weird alien like snoring. But now that I look at it, I'm like, oh, okay. What was I gonna say? What I want to do is I wanted to take the Lucia emote that I have, the Lucia emote, and try to turn that into an animated emote where she's just waving, and then remove the hi out of it, so it could be a hi or a bye, right? It could just be it's like aloha, basically. It can do both that way. Wow, they give you a lot of room for animated emotes. Dang, okay. But yeah, I gotta think of a bunch of more animated emotes and to do fun stuff, and maybe try to get people to, sub more readily if I give them cooler emotes. So if anybody's got some cool idea for emotes, I'll think about that. So. Whoa, I don't see how the Sagat is there. Okay. Anyway, so that's the list of emotes now that I have over here. So let's see. Here we go. Jay Chenzor. So I've got the flex ones. I've got Gasm. I've got Jasmine. I've got Jasmine Butt. I've got Kappa. Is it gonna kill? Kiss. Kyo Face. Logic. Lucia. Low tier, I should say. Lucia. And then Nathan. I've got all the Nathan parts that are in the tier 2. Then I've got Nathan Butt, I've got Nuts, I've got Chen Rage, I've got my Shades, my Johnny Shades, I've got Sigma, and then I also have the 2 Tuesday emotes. The Sigma ones is, of course, is for the Sigma Nuts Cat Butts. Sigma Nuts Cat Butts, which is the G version of Suck My Nuts, Assholes. So that's what that is for there. Does my thing still work? Oh yeah, let me see if it actually still works here. Oops, sorry, I'm supposed to do exclamation mark nuts. There we go. Ah, there you go. Sigma Nuts Cat Butts. And then I also had another one that I think didn't actually throw out the whole explanation. I think there was a way that you could just make it so that it just posted out the stuff without it, but don't know. Oh, there it is. It's SMNA. That's the one. SMNA. There you go. There you go. So Suck My Nuts, Assholes, the G version right there. Okay. Okay. Yeah, just the shaking emotes kind of things. Yeah, I definitely need to have some of those as well. And yeah, I mean, those are easy to make. So I need to turn the Chen Rage one into that. 100% for sure. That one has to do that. So, let's see if I did this. Okay, here we go. All right. So, if I do this, and I go to here, and I do that, like so. What should I call that? What should I call the rage emote shaking? Should I just call that like Chen let's go? Let's go? Yeah, or oh, a Cammy emote. Well, I actually just need a Chenzor Dynasty emote probably. But a Cammy one would be good. All right, so let's try this. Let's try Chen. Let's go. Let's see here. So if I did Chen, let's go. How are they? Oh, that didn't work. Let's see. Let's try again. Let's refresh the page. Might have did it too fast. Oh, it did work for some people. Okay. There we go. There we go. Like, does that look okay? Or is that like, should I make it smaller so it doesn't clip? Right? Like, I think that probably would almost be a better idea to make it smaller so it doesn't clip kind of thing. Oh, you think it looks fine that way? Okay, okay. Because if I did, like, say this, and I did this, huh? What? All right, forget it. Whatever. I'll worry about this later. Yeah, I can't do it. That's an automatic animate thing for that's built into Twitch. So that's an automatic built-in shake on Twitch. So I can't control where it shakes. I'll work on it a little bit later, but I'll just leave that for now. We'll dude, I'm getting distracted again. Okay, hang on. Damn it, did I actually do all my socials already? Shoot, I think I did. Yes, I did all my socials. No, yes, I did. Yes, I did. Okay, I did all my socials. Okay. Jesus. Oh my God, how am I getting stuck doing all this stuff? All right. So again, put it over a bunch of free ones over here. So these are the new free ones. I mean, I wonder if I should have the Chun-Li one be a free one, because, you know, having Ming Na Wen being confused is actually kind of a funny one, and like maybe I should actually keep that one. I should actually keep that one as a as a paid emote. What do you guys think? Do you think the Chun What should be free for people who watch the Tuesday show, or should I make it a paid what? Why am I worrying about this right now? Well, because I actually want your guys' opinion. What do you guys think, actually? What do you think? Do you think Chun What should be paid, or do you think it should be free? Do I think CVS 2 is going to be popular? I think it will, it'll get a big resurgence, I think. Okay, so Chun free, Bison paid, because that's what it is right now. Okay, we'll leave it that. Okay, yeah, we'll leave it this way. Oh, new artist badge and emote attribution. You can now give artists in your community the recognition they deserve. Assign the artist badge to Twitch users through the roles manager, and add artist in attribution to new and existing emotes in the emote manager. Ooh, okay. Where's the roles manager here? They really don't make this very obvious, by the way. Community, right? Roles manager. I see. Let's see. All roles, because these are all the moderators. Oh, is there like a is there like a new role? Oh, there is an artist. I see. So there's just an artist role here. I see. But how do I add, can I just add it to people here? Oh yeah, I can. Let's do this. All right. So I'm saving one artist here for sure. Just for a couple of the emotes that I made. Okay, so now if I go back to the emoji manager here, I can now attribute at least just these two to the right person here. There we go. Interesting. I'm not sure this is actually working the way that I thought it was gonna work, but whatever. I'm just gonna do it. All right. Okay, let's just do that. Stop distracting yourself, James. Stop distracting yourself. Sorry, Shark N92. Here, let's do this. I am distracting myself right now because some people brought up, oops, I haven't done this yet. Some people brought up the idea of, like some people, I started talking about clerical things and some people started bringing up emotes, and I realized that I didn't have emotes in the right places. And so like I ended up all of a sudden just becoming obsessed with tweaking my emotes and stuff. So I just kind of got stuck doing that, being distracted. I haven't started the show yet. Boy. I know I have that Pog, the James Pog, somewhere here. Pretty sure I have it here somewhere. There it is. Okay, so I do have a copy of this. So let's try to upload it to like one of my drives over here. Okay. God, what am I doing? Jesus Christ. Where's the damn... Oh, there it is. Okay. Google Drive. Sure. We'll do that. And this is probably not even going to work anyway, so... Because it's probably going to not even be saved as a JPEG. Probably be saved as that weird format that that the iPhone likes to save things at. Where am I? What the hell? That's the right one. Oh, God. Why do I do this to myself? Oh, there it is. Oh, it is a JPEG. Slick. Okay. So I'll be able to make the Pog face at some point in time. And then maybe I'll also make the Pog one also a shaking animated emote, or maybe only a shaking animated emote if I'm careful enough to make it so that my face doesn't get clipped in the front. Okay. All right. Yes, a Simpsons reference in Pog form. Oh, what am I trying to do here? Okay, let's do this. Okay, let's see, how well does that fit here? Okay, so what we want to do is that. There we go. And then we want to do, let's do this. All right, let's see. Okay, let's just add the break in there, like so. Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, it has the better P groove. Still not great, but it has the better P groove, and there are some jank ass shenanigans you can do with P groove. Holy crap, there are some shenanigans. So right, you can cancel specials into supers, and so a lot of people are like, oh cool, that's for combos. Dude, there's some actually crazy things that you can do with it. They have short hop. So they have short hop to simulate the universal overheads from Street Fighter 3. So outside of that, it's just dashing, parrying, and universal overheads, essentially. I should say short hops, basically. There is a trick that you could do, is that you could cancel them into supers, specials into supers, on hit or on block. And what that actually gave was, like, some characters had some really janky stuff. In particular, Akuma. Akuma's one of the funniest ones, but obviously these are shenanigans and stuff that you'll just learn how to deal with in the future once you get hit by it once. But what you could do for characters like Akuma, you could do fierce uppercut, and if they blocked it, you could cancel the recovery frames on landing into Raging Demon. And so, like, a lot of people walk up and go, bop, bop, bop. And if they didn't know, like, time to punish you when you let Raging Demon, and then they die, which is actually hilarious. Oh, yeah, I will talk about that for us. I will talk about that. And then there was also, if you did the light Tatsu with the Kuma, I think, as well, and if you hit with the knee on the way up, and then when it came down, you could just Raging Demon. So you could do, like, cross up light knee into Raging Demon, and it was, like, really nasty. Yes, Hero Mode Podcast put out a podcast with me just on part 1, and then part 2 will be going up soon. So I was supposed to tweet that out. I just haven't done that yet. Dr. Zaius emoji. Oh my god. I mean, look. You're talking about the Simpsons, right? You're talking about the Simpsons, Dr. Zaius. Help the humans about to escape. Get your paws off me, you dirty ape. He can talk, 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 he can talk. I can sing. Ooh, help me, Dr. Zaius. Oh my god, that's such a good one. That's such a... Dude, every time I think about that episode, I just freaking laugh, dude. Like, seriously, that episode is... Planet of the Apes musical is just seriously... like one of the most, yeah, exactly. Seriously, one of the most genius things ever. Oh God, it's so good. Oh man. All right. Just so we can. Just so we can. This is what I'm looking for. There we go. Yeah. Let's get the ad out of the way first.
In just seconds, we can give you a
Every time I do this, I have to tell the story too. I have to tell the story where it was right after college at the Barnes and Nobles on Westwood that used to, on Wilshire, I should say, on Westwood. That used to be on Westwood. No, I'm just kidding. Yes, it was Westwood. Matt Groening came to do a signing for the first Simpsons. They released a book of all the episodes and like all this trivia and all this stuff like that. And, at the time, it was only a few episodes. I mean, it was only the first few seasons. I don't care about the seasons afterwards anyway. So, did Conan do a live performance of the Monorail song? Holy crap. But yeah, so Matt Groening was doing a signing for that book. And it was really funny because me, my brother, and our roommate at the time were the first in line. And so we all bought books, and our roommate, so they said that Matt Groening would sign the book, and you could ask a character for Matt Groening to draw. And so our roommate went up first, and she was like, can you draw Lisa Simpson? And so like Matt Groening was like, I haven't drawn her in a while, or something like that. Like you could tell he was a little hesitant, and he drew Lisa, and he drew a good Lisa, right? And then all of a sudden, like the PR person there, like they started talking, and they're like, okay, everybody, you can only ask for Bart or Homer. And that was it. So like, well, there goes that. So yeah. However, my favorite part about that whole entire trip was a lot of people were there to get the book signed, and you could tell there were definitely parents there. And I know I've told this story on stream before, so I apologize. But there were parents there who were definitely getting it for their kids, and actually had like they didn't know The Simpsons, right? And so on all the screens in the Barnes and Nobles, they were just playing all of the music stuff from The Simpsons. So there was a CD that came out called Go Simpsonic with the Simpsons. Oh no, it was Songs in the Key of Springfield, I think, was the first one. I think Go Simpsonic was the second one. In any case, the first one had just come out, and so I think this was just like a promotional video they had for that, where they were just playing all the musical sections of it. Right, Dash No Chris? But they were showing all of this, and literally they were showing this whole entire sequence of the Planet of the Apes musical. And I just remember a mother was just standing there, arms folded, holding the book, waiting in line, and just watching this whole entire thing. And as soon as it got to, I hate every ape I see, from chimpanzee to chimpanzee. Like, as soon as he said that line, like, she started dying, dude. She just started cracking up, and it was actually one of the coolest and funniest things to see. You know, like it was just like she had no idea probably that this cartoon was so like more adult oriented, and dude, she was laughing hard, and me and my brother always remember that because we always tell that story, and it's just absolutely hilarious, dude. Like, just people not knowing like how good The Simpsons was back then. Holy crap! And now every time me and my brother talk about The Simpsons or whatever like that, we always end up bringing this episode up, and we just start singing it, and every time we get to that part, both of us just start laughing, and then oh my god, I was wrong, it was Earth all along. You finally made a monkey. Yes, you finally made a monkey. Yes, you finally made a monkey out of me. Dude, like every time we sing that, we just start cracking up. But like I said, I just love the fact that The Simpsons, they like make fun of the fact that musicals always have like that big happy number at the end, and what the hell is I love you, Dr. Zayas supposed to even mean? Like, it was like, oh, musical happy ending, let's go. And when they did the streetcar one, Stella, can't you hear me yell? You're putting me through hell, Stella, Stella. Like, the whole ending is that I've always depended on the kindness of strangers. You can always depend on the kindness of strangers to buck up your spirits and set you to danger. Now here's a tip for Black you won't forget. A stranger's just a friend you haven't met. You haven't met. Streetcar. It's so dumb, but it's so goddamn funny. I am just a simple paper boy, no romance do I seek. I just wanted 40 cents for my deliveries last week. Will this bewitching floozy seduce this humble newsie? Oh, what's a paper boy to do? Oh my God. God. Old Simpsons. I mean, look, Conan O'Brien period of Simpsons is like, it's just gold. I love Conan O'Brien, so like I think Conan O'Brien is just like the funniest thing ever. Oh man, dude, the Ghibli reference one is one of the later ones. I actually haven't seen that episode from beginning to end because it was one of the later ones. Oh man, but God, the early Simpsons. I mean, like, people have asked me what my favorite Simpsons episodes are, and I mean, like the last exit to Springfield is one of them. The God, what is the Apu one where he loses his job, and they sing the Quickie Mart song? Oh God, the that song's so good. Elmo. Oh, dude, Princess Mononoke. I mean, the funny thing is, like, for me, and I know, dude, that part at the end, who needs the Quickie Mart? Their floors are sticky, Mart. Let's hurl a pricky, Mart. They make that sicky, Mart. The Quickie Mart is don't. Like, dude, the first time they did that joke, I started dying because it was just, it's the Simpsons. So what made the Simpsons joke so good, and there's a great video describing what made early Simpsons so good, is that they always made a joke. They always set up a really good joke, but then they subverted the joke into another path that you weren't expecting. Like, as soon as he goes like, "Oh, won't you rhyme with me?" And he points to the the family, and they start singing and rhyming. Like, that's already funny and a good joke by itself. Like, you didn't need the Homer joke and it still would have been a good joke. But the fact that they took that and subverted your expectation of everybody successfully rhyming and did that with Homer, just like completely took it to that next level, right? So like, that's what makes it so good. Just like when Krusty and when Homer the Clown one, right, where at the end where they started swapping, then oh my God, I'm seeing double 4 Krusties, right? Like, they already set the joke with the I'm seeing double, and then they just like tricked you with the 4 Krusties, The other one was when they were following Stampy, and they're driving and they're looking at all of the tornado, like you see all the damaged houses and all the stuff blown up. I spoiled the joke, but you see all the damage everywhere where they're trying to find Stampy, and the music's all sad, like, da-da, whatever. They drive, and then there's a tornado in the background destroying everything, and Homer goes, "Oh, stupid tornado!" And that's the other one that had them when they ran over the deer topiary. Oh, a deer, a female deer. And I was like that was one of those late registration jokes. Like, I heard it, and then like 5 or 10 seconds later, I just started dying. I was laughing so hard, dude. I was laughing so hard. God, there was also one more. Oh, that's right. The one where they're trying to get to Krusty Land and they're driving, and he's like, "Don't you think we should pull over? You're tired." He's like, "No, I can handle this." Cut to car. Burst into flame. Scroll out, them staring out outside of a hotel. Man, I'm glad that wasn't us, It's like, they're so good. That was when The Simpsons was the best, because they took everything that went from here, like, this was the joke, and then they would joke on the joke in a way that you weren't expecting. It's too good. The writing, the humor style back then was so amazing. Yeah. Attention, Marge Simpson. We have arrested your son and your fatter, balding son. Oh, God. Again, David, like a long time ago, I used to want to do cartoon voices. So, like, I'm good at changing my voice. I mean, it's one of the reasons why I'm a good commentator, because I'm really good at changing my voice depending on the given situation, right? Like, obviously, all the voices that I use during commentary are James voices, but I'm also really good at switching between them distinctly enough, because one of the hardest things to do in commentary, and a lot of people don't get this right away, is that if your voice is monotonous, even if it's hype monotonous, people get tired of it, and eventually you stop listening. Like, eventually the commentary goes away, you know? I know this happens a lot because it happens to me all the time, and I don't listen to myself commentate because I'm commentating at the time, right? So, no, just kidding. Sorry, gotta try to flex myself a little bit here, okay? But like, honestly, like, it's one of the most dangerous things about commentary is that you'll hear somebody and they talk the same way the whole time, even when they try to get hype. So they're always just like, oh yeah, here's going this, and oh my God, this happened. Oh wow, that was crazy. And then here we go. Now the thing about it is, when you actually want to try to do something very important, you're gonna want to do this. And oh my God, he just came here. What a smart decision that he made. And in this situation right here, he could have saved his meter. You know, like, if you commentate like that, you lose the audience. You lose the audience. It is a bad practice. It is a bad strategy to sound the same throughout the commentary block. And if you listen to most commentators, this is what they do. You know, you want them to maintain their personality, but they have to be able to have a way to do it so that they change things up a lot. When I commentate, I throw in and stuff like that a lot. And I do it on purpose. Well, I did it naturally, but I've never tried to correct it because I just did it right there. That one wasn't intentional. The reason why is because us are noted by people who study speeches and stuff like that to snap people back into attention, interestingly enough. Like, if you're just going, hey, and so what we're trying to talk about here is the fact that with fighting games, you're supposed to do this, and you're supposed to uppercut and blah, 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 blah. Like, people will lose you. But if you're like, yeah, so the reason why we, the reason why we do this, in fighting games, it's really good to land a cross-up because you get a lot of plus frames, you know, and all of a sudden you can hear it, right? Like, it's completely different that way. It's completely different. The same thing, you know. Oh, the reason why we do that all the time is because if you land the cross-up on them, you get a lot of plus frames and you get to stay as close to them as humanly possible, and it's hard to uppercut. So even if you don't safe jump at the right timing, you do manage to get that plus and they can't DP you, and you lose the audience that way, right? But if you're like, yeah, so, you know, okay, so one of the reasons why that is so good is, you know, you don't even have to worry about anti-airs if you're going for the cross-up, because the DP goes the other way and it like misses. But, you know, so that way you can get the jump in safely and get all the plus frames afterwards, and now the opponent has to deal with the mix-up. And so, like, if you talk about it like that, like, it's a completely different sound. And all of a sudden, it's easier to listen to, it's easier to pay attention to. And if you chunk it up like that, it doesn't drone as much, right? And we do have that problem in a lot of commentary out there, that they don't do that. And honestly, you can hear me try to help other commentators a lot. A lot of people get really mad at me because I interrupt commentators a lot. You know, someone would be like, yeah, I'm explaining something, and I'll go, right. Oh. Like, you'll hear me do that a lot. And it's not something that I have a magical script for, but with my own brain, if I'm not trying to think of what to talk about next, because I have to keep it in mind or my ADHD makes it disappear, but when I hear my co-commentator accidentally droning on, I will detect myself getting disinterested. Like, I'll be listening to them and I'm trying to pay attention to them and they're like, blah, 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 blah. And if I kind of feel myself getting disinterested, I go, right. Uh-huh. Yes, yeah. You know, like, I intentionally inject that with no intention of interrupting them. Like, nothing I say is designed to get them to stop speaking. If I want them to stop speaking, I'll just be like, no, wait. You know, but a lot of times I'll just be like, yeah, yep. And like, it's their words designed to not to be heard. So in other words, if I say, yep, like, you don't have to listen to me. Your brain doesn't have to process yup, but you're processing the other person talking. So even if I interrupt you and talk with you, I'm not actually doing anything but providing background music, essentially. I'm providing backup, like background music. And what it's designed to do is I'm trying to help the other commentator break their monotony. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not interrupting people. It's a very intentional thing. Oh yeah, wow is another one. Yeah. Oh wow, okay. All right, okay. You know, like, you can say a bunch of stuff that doesn't require viewer processing. And as a result, you're not detracting from what the other commentator is saying. But all I'm trying to do is make sure that I keep my co-commentator from losing audience by droning on and on a lot. Now you guys are gonna watch me commentate and notice when I do this, because now you're gonna be like, oh, James thinks the other guy's droning. Crap, you know? Not milk, it's water. It's water. Oh, Mr. Jeevers, I haven't started anything. Totally. Yeah, it's another one that I do a lot. So JNV, I appreciate you giving me those links. However, I will never click on an Event Hubs link, just so you know. So yeah, I mean, this is the beginning part where I do this. It's technically only been an hour and 20 minutes. Come on, not 2 hours, Jesus. But yeah, I mean, this all stems from the fact that I said I've always wanted to be a cartoon voice, because someone's like, why do you have such a good Marge impersonation? I don't know why my Marge works so well, but I think it's because it's the tone of my voice. I have a naturally scratchy voice already, so like, it's easier for me to do Marge voices. Like, Bart is impossible. Like, I have never, ever heard a passable Bart imitation. I have heard good Bart imitations, but I will tell you right now, like, nobody can do what Nancy Cartwright does for Bart. Like, I don't know why. Like, but like, every time I've heard people try to imitate Bart, it's always just nasally, don't have a cow, man. And you know, it's like generic nasal voice, but like, there's a tonality to Bart that nobody can get to, honestly. So it just doesn't work. Yeah, Lisa's a little bit easier to imitate, but again, Yeardley Smith is like one of the only voice actors on that team that, at least originally, I don't know if it's changed, she only does one character, right? And actually, the person who does Marge was it Julie Kavanaugh, I think it is? Shoot, I can't remember the name all of a sudden. But like, I think she only does Marge, Patty, and Selma, right? Like those are the only ones that she ever does. So, a season 3 wish list and imitate my voice. Whoa, I wonder how hard it would be to imitate me. I'm not sure. Like, you would probably have to study me a lot because of the way that my voice does change a lot. Like, you can always tell, like, the kind of information I'm trying to provide based on the tone of my commentary. So a lot of times I'll be, if you just hear me talking like this, I'm in coasting mode. Like, all right, here we go. Yeah, so he's really trying to push him down into the corner, blah, 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 blah. But then when I get hype mode, it's like, oh my God, what the heck? What the hell is he doing? He jumped in? Like, why would you jump? He anti-aired you like 5 times. Like, I'll get into that voice. And then when I get into like, really like, this is important, I always just go into right, so that was really good, because what he was actually trying to do was he was baiting him by that forward movement a little bit, and he did that like 3 times. You know, I get quieter, but more intense, you know, kind of thing. And then every once and then David learned to recognize this as well. If I try to sound as emotionless and as like straight vanilla James as possible, that means a pun is coming. Because whenever I tell a pun, I'm always trying to set everybody down. I'm trying to bore people so that I can tell the pun, right? Like, that's why, like, a lot of times I'll just be like, oh yeah, well, you know, I mean, blah, 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 and then I drop it, and it's just like, the Buffalo one, that one came out just because of the situation. It just all worked out right. So, oh, I see. The SF6 commentary, yeah. Yeah, no, exactly, right? Like, 'cause the thing about it is, a pun's not gonna hit if you get everybody hyped. Like, if you're like, oh, that was so great, drop the pun, everyone's gonna be like, wait. But like, if you're just like, oh yeah, I mean, so what's interesting about that situation there is when Rashid, you know, everybody says you can't stop Isar, so, you know, it's definitely Rashid's wind condition. And, God, I hate that that's so commonly used now, because I feel like I was the first person who said that. I mean, it doesn't seem odd that I would be the first one to say that, but everybody says it now, so, like, I don't even say that, so... Dude, punnery is like such a wonderful, wonderful art form. And it makes me mad that people think puns are so cheap and lazy. Because, yeah, you're right, a lot of puns are stupid, because the puns that I hate the most are when people just make a pun and it has no context. A lot of times if I'm trying to create a pun, like, I have to make sure the context is delivered properly, right? Like, you have to make sure the context is delivered properly. A lot of people like making puns by, like, saying the pun, right? And it's just like, you know, and it's just like, come on. The example that I always give was the one where they had the reality show for Street Fighter Cross Tekken, but we don't talk about that anymore, where if they swore, you know, they had to put the rubber horse mask on. I know you guys have all heard this one before, but this was my favorite example about that, is because, you know, everybody, like, on the stream chat and everything like that, and on the YouTube videos were just like, hey, because Spooky accidentally swore, so he had to wear the horse head the whole entire time. And everybody was just like, hey, Spooky, you look a little horse. You look a little horse, ha 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 ha. And, you know, there is context with that, because look a little horse, right? Like, it all kind of fits in there, but it's just like, it's so... Like, the pun is mostly just that horse can mean 2 different things. But, like, you didn't craft the story around that, right? Like, one of the things that makes rap music or battle rap so powerful is that they very rarely just tell the pun. They try to advance it with something else, right? Like if you're gonna say, like if you're gonna insult someone by saying that they look like Urkel, you're gonna make some reference to, I've got my family here because family matters, like you're gonna say something like that to kind of accentuate it. You need to build around it. When it's just the pun by itself, it just sits there as a pun and it has no effect, right? So a lot of people are sitting there saying stuff like, did you do that? Blah, blah, yeah. People will say these kind of things. And so that's why when that horsehead thing showed up, I was just like, you guys are all amateurs. And I know everybody's heard this except for some people here, I'm sure, but I was just like, this is how you do it, okay? I was like, that horsehead is the show's version of the swear jar, because every time you swear, you have to pony up. You created a story out of it. Dude, it's just like you started with the whole concept of a swear jar, and then you turn it into the pony up joke, right? Like that's what you have to do with puns, right? You can't just throw it out there as like, here's the pun, you look a little horse, it's just like, okay, sure, Thank you, Felix. Thank you, Mage Nicholas. And there was also that one video out that I think it was College Humor put out a long time ago where they talked about it. But yeah, what's interesting is that rap uses puns everywhere. Hi, Jasmine. I didn't even see you show up here. Where was that one? It was like a College Humor or one of those sites out there. And again, I'm just so bad at finding anything. Was it Funny or Die? I think it was. Let me see. Funny or Die. What were all those sites? There was Funny or Die, and then there was also College Humor. Oh, yeah. This is the one. And I really like this video because I think it's just like, it makes sense and it's good. Totally off topic here, but I'm just going to play this for you, so.
Knock, knock.
Frontier Fiber Internet is with 100% fiber powered speed of light.
Your thing, the best thing ever. Just saying, if you're a vegetarian, that means you can't wear leather.
Are you sure your opinion can't be?
Oh, God.
Hang on. Can you guys even hear that? Can you guys even hear it? Do I need to turn it up a little bit more? I think I need to turn it up. I think this video is a little bit too quiet here. Let's do this.
Just saying, if you're a vegetarian, that means you can't wear leather.
Are you sure your opinion can't be swayed?
Oh, God.
Suede.
All right, we get it. You're so smart because you don't like puns. You've donned your cloak of superiority to disguise your enjoyment, but now disguise. Gonna set you straight. Puns are delightful. They're like conversational candy. And sure, too many can rot your tweets. But they're by no means a textual assault punishable by Shakespeare's plays were often on words.
Tomorrow, you will find me a grave. Get it? I'm being serious, but also I'm dying.
And even though puns get a bad rap, you get them in a good way.
Too many Urkels on your team. That's why your hands low. They're characters from Family Matters.
See, that's a good one.
Even the name of the Beatles, the most famous band, is a pun.
Happiness is a warm pond.
So why do you want to fight about puns? Is it because they have a dual meaning? Do you look down on them because they work on another level? Are you homophonic? I actually don't know if that one works, but I'll take it. Okay. Fact is, when you were a kid, you probably liked puns. But then one day, some older, shittier person came along and told you,
Humming is the lowest form of wit.
and that was the moment that you truly became a grown-up.
I don't get it.
Grown? Like G-R-O-A-N? Grown, like the sound when someone makes a pun. Also an adult, whatever. I had fun. More importantly, though, how fun is it when you get to make a pun? Watch this. Oh, you're gluten-free? Really going against the grain. I guess that's a wrap on sandwiches. Hasta la vista, baby. Girl with the gluten snafu. At yeast, you can still eat brown rice dough. Yes, 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 yes. So the next time you have a pun in the oven, oh yeah, and declare you're into pun dance. Because your body is a punderland. So have fun. I said fun. Whatever, we were all thinking it. All right, let's try this again. Are you sure your opinion can't be swayed?
Not funny.
You know what? This is actually the best part. Bring on punishment. I love it.
Yep, that is a video that obviously I live by. Okay, anyways, yes, again, an hour and a half of distraction here, so let's go ahead and move on to other things now, shall we? Let's talk about other stuff, like Jasmine, hi. Oh no. Hi, Jasmine. Oh, no. Oh, where's the meow? Oh, she's fighting me so much. Okay, go, Jasmine. Go, Jasmine. That was not a boat horn. That was a helicopter that you heard. Yeah, did you see the video that I posted up on Twitter of Jasmine? She does this a lot, but this was like the first time I've really managed to like get this on film, and I was so happy. God, where is that tweet? Oh, there it is. Yeah. So I woke up one morning and yeah, headbutt from Jasmine, and then oh, it's so cute. It's such a great feeling, I gotta tell you. And then like, if you wait a little longer, she actually like kind of like hugs me a little. Like she's like, okay, all right, I'm comfortable. There we go. Oh my God. What a cute cat. And like the funny thing about it too is like she lays down on me, but it's not just that she just lays down on me like that. Like a lot of times when she does it, you could feel her like pushing into me. Like she's actually pushing into me. So like it's more than just, hey, I'm using you as a cat bed. Like she's actually just like actively trying to, show some affection here. All right, Jasmine, look, you're being a good girl. You are being a good girl. So what we're gonna do over here is we're gonna give you a treat. Jasmine's like, wait a second. Hang on a second. Let me do this for you, Jasmine. Oh, here we go. Oh, we have a treat here. We have treats for you. No, that's just the wrapping thing. You don't need that. Here, come here, Jasmine. Look, it's all over here. Oh, yeah, look at you. Oh, look at you. Oh, yummy, yummy, yum. Yum, yum. My hand is in the way. My hand is in the way of your cat treat feeding enjoyment here. Now, come here, Jasmine. Yeah, follow me. Look at that face, dude. Oh my God, she's so cute. I can't handle it. she's so cute. Holy crap. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yum. 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 Oh, you got it all over my hand. You can lick my hand too. There you go, thank you. Hey, Jasmine, there's more. Okay, here you go. There you go. All right, give me a second, Jasmine. Here, you want to lick my hand a little bit over here? Look, I have some left on my hand over here. I feel like Jasmine and Nathan, because they don't use their sense of smell all that often, like they've kind of lost their ability to properly use the sense of smell. Oh. I'm gonna try to get her to stare right into the camera. Look at that. Look at that funky, dude. Sometimes I feel like Jasmine is like the prettiest, cutest cat, and then sometimes I just think she's like the derpiest cat, and it makes me laugh so much. Oh my God, look how messy she is too. She's got food all over her face, dude. Oh my God. So term 1N, Sagat's uppercut in CVS 2 works fine. The trick is that it has very, very few invulnerable frames, and because he's so tall, and this is a problem that has existed for Sagat for years, a lot of the times what happens is you DP early because you don't want people to jump kick you in the head before you can start DPing. Because Shotos are shorter, it's easier just to start the DP late and have people get uppercut really early. But a good strategy for a lot of Sagat, fighting against Sagat, is kicking early in the air to catch them in the head, even if they block before they have a chance to input the DP motion. And because you can hit them so much earlier, right? So the strategy with that then becomes you have to learn how to hold the DP or anchor yourself. There's two things you can do in this situation. Give me 1 second here. That was, okay, I see. Okay. I thought I kicked Nathan. So what a lot of people do, let me see if I can give you an example over here. So what you'll actually see a lot of people do here, he's not a big body fighter. No, he's just tall. He's just really tall. Oh, thank you, African Thunder. No, Jasmine is, she is just like literally the cutest thing in the world. Oh my God, she's so adorable. So the idea that we're trying to get at over here, here we go. What you'll actually end up seeing a lot of people do, I'll use Ryu as an example, even though he's not a tall character. Now again, in this game, it's easy, right? Because you can DP entirely from crouching. So if you're Sagat, if Sagat ever comes out in this game, you don't have to worry about it. You see someone jump, you crouch, and you go down, forward, and you can DP. No problem, right? Easy. But what a lot of Sagat players learn to do is this. Like, oh God. Like that, basically. Instead of doing this, where they uppercut as soon as they reach down forward, they delay it a tiny bit. Like you can see right there, I delayed my DP for 5 frames. See, I hit down forward and then my button comes out 5 frames later. Oh, that was too long. So there you go, right? So this one I got 6 frames later. So 6 or 7 might be the max in this game, but you see a lot of Sagat players do that, and you can tell who are the really good Sagat players when you see them do this and hold it and get the DP really late. Now, interestingly enough, it feels like this game is shorter than some of the old games. Because some of the old games, I swear you could hold it a really long time. But the other thing that you'll see a lot of Sagats do is if they know you're going to jump, and as soon as they see you jump, they do this. Because there's enough time to whiff a crouching short, and during the short, I can't stand up. So a lot of Sagats will learn to do this and get that. But that requires a lot more anticipation than the hold technique. Because the problem with the oh yeah, so that was 7 frames right there. So obviously 7 works. 9 does not. And 9, no, that was 6. So there's 8 right there. So it looks like it's 7 or shorter in this game. And it also might depend on the move. Yeah, it depends on the move. See, that one was 9 frames. So Fireball has a window of 9 frames. See if I can get it to 10. That's 11, 11, 10. So yeah, so Fireballs have a window of 9 frames. DPs have a window of 7 frames. So it just depends on the move a lot of the time. So, but yes, that's exactly what we're talking about, AQ, Bri. Someone was asking about CVS2 Sagat. Like I said, in this game it's easy because you can DP without ever standing up. Right? It's whatever, but in CVS2, holding it or anchoring yourself down with a button beforehand is required to be able to perfectly use Sagat's uppercut as an anti-air. So, yeah. That's a good one too. Doing the carry cancel for flash kicks and stuff like that. That one can be tricky because you could mess yourself up, and if you do it too slow, you get jump kicked in the head and you die. It's a little riskier. And the Sagat anchoring one is also going to be riskier if you happen to fight a character like Luke, you know, who have jumping fierces of the gods and such, you know, like that's also a dangerous one to do as well. So, if there's buffering here and there, Forrest, and I wouldn't be surprised if there was, it's happening because I'm streaming to 3 different sites, which does remind me, if you happen to be watching here on twitch.tv/UltraChenTV, and you're wondering why, the stream is running in emoji-only mode. You guys are probably like, what's happening here? What's going on? Let me get back to the channel over here. Oh God, I'm not even streaming on the Ultra Chen TV channel. Whoops. Oh well, I haven't started anything yet. So let's just, but I haven't updated the data over there. Let's go back here and let's creator dashboard, stream manager. Let's update all the information over here. I'm still gonna stream on that channel a few very brief more times, but I'm probably gonna stop pretty soon. So let's go ahead and start streaming on the Ultra Chen TV channel, and we'll get there. So. Joe Higashi, I don't think they're going to add too many more guest characters, JNV. We'll talk about that in a second, because I think a lot of people would be mad if they added another Fatal Fury character to the game. I think a lot of people would be mad. Oh, that's right. I was going to try to do something with the YouTube stream, and I forgot to change that setting. I hate the fact that I can't change the setting while it's streaming, which I guess kind of makes sense. but I also don't want to break it up into 2 parts so that people coming here watching the archive have to go through 2 different videos to watch this whole thing. How am I going to make sure that I remember this next time? How am I going to make sure I remember this next stream? Okay, you know what? I might not remember, but if any of you in the chat have good memory, especially you, Mage, because you definitely like to, well, when I streamed with Rip, it was really bad because of the fact that I was streaming his content to me, and it was really bad, and I had to, wait, the actual Elena's trailer? Or just the teaser that we saw? Like, are you talking the actual one? Like the, here's how to use the character? It'd be way too early for that. Yeah, okay, yeah, it's just the teaser. It's just the teaser. Okay, yeah, I already know about that, unfortunately. Okay, any case, okay, okay, what are we doing over here? What the freak are you? Oh, come on, whatever, dude. Oh, stupid thing. Yeah, so next week, since you like to keep track of, you know, the speed of that, remind me when I start early. Because even if I start streaming to the channel and you're like, hey, James, remember you wanted to do something with the delay, and I'll be like, oh yeah, and I can cut it off, delete that little clip, and then just start showing, and then just start going from there. So yeah, just remind me that, because I do have the setting on YouTube to normal latency. There is a low latency and an ultra low latency. However, if you do change the latency, the quality of the video will drop. So I'd like to see if I can find a good balance. I'll try ultra low latency and see if my computer explodes. If it does explode, I'll try it again when I stop streaming to the Ultra Chen channel, basically. So, oh, hey, what's up, Louis B? Haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. What was I gonna do? This is what I was gonna do. Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, it seems like there's actually not a lot of viewers showing up on the Ultra Chen TV stream, which is good. So if you are watching here, if you are one of the 4 people that are over here, please make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/jchensor from this point forward, because the Ultra Chen TV channel is basically being sunset. I'm not deleting it, but it's just gonna chill here at this point in time. But we are moving over there. I'm gonna raid you guys over to the right channel right now, even though there's only a few of you, and it might not even work, because sometimes the way raiding works is that, I don't know if you can like set yourself to not be raided. Like if a raid happens, don't move me. Like I don't know if that's actually a thing. The Ultra Chen TV YouTube channel is not closing, John the Automaton. It's being renamed. So it's going to be the exact same channel. It's just going to be called J Chenzor at some point in time. Unfortunately, I can't do it right now because YouTube sucks and it's really hard to get help for YouTube. So I'm like running all the, yeah, so I want viewers on Twitch to be on the Twitch channel here, on the J Chenzor Twitch channel. That's where I'd prefer people to be. On the YouTube channel, you can go ahead and stay on that channel no matter what, because it will eventually just be renamed. And it will just go from being called Ultra Chen TV to becoming, what am I trying to do here? It'll just become the J Chenzor channel, which is why currently if you go to the channel right now, Well, it's named J Chenzor, but my handle right now is Ultra Chen TV still. So as you can see on the URL, oops, you can't see any of this. You can't see any of this. So as you can see right here, it's still J Chenzor here, but you can see the handle of the channel still says Ultra Chen TV right here. Not only that, but if you look at the URL, it says at Ultra Chen TV. All this stuff will change to J Chenzor very soon. Very soon. And that's why I have this crazy logo of the half of the Chenzor dynasty and half of the Ultra Chen logo, because I don't want people coming in here and going, what happened to Ultra Chen TV, right? Like, so you can still see that, and that's why this banner is still called Ultra Chen J Chenzor, like this, right? So it's kind of a mix between the two, and once I finally get to do the official transfer to the full move to the change to just being J Chenzor, I'll change all of that, although my name might be J Chenzor parentheses formerly Ultra Chen TV for a little bit as well, until everybody actually makes the official well, gets used to the transition and nothing, and it doesn't like surprise them anymore kind of thing. So that'll happen soon, but like I said, because YouTube is weird and awkward, I'm running into a very weird problem, and I'm hoping I can get that fixed, but I can't get anybody to work with me, and nobody's responding on Twitter. Nobody is responding to the messages that I send them through some form, all that stuff like that. So, what's the story of calling it Ultra Chen TV? I used to stream on here with Ultra David. So this used to be our joint channel. So it used to be, I had J Chenzor, my own. So it started out with, basically it was just Ultra Chen TV. Me and David streamed on Ultra Chen TV. Eventually, what we did is we had Sajam and Tasty Steve join Ultra Chen TV, and they were on the Tuesday shows with us. And so what we decided was that we would have an Ultra Chen TV channel for when we all do something together, but let's build our own individual channels, because it didn't make sense if we all streamed on one channel, because then we may overlap each other, right? Like I could be streaming and then David wants to stream, etc., right? This is before TuboWare. So all of that happened, and so we just had Ultra Chen TV, and then I went and built the twitch.tv/J Chenzor channel. And I put a lot of freaking work into that channel. I put a lot of work into that channel, and then Tasty Steve and Sajam left, and David never created nor streamed on an Ultra David channel. I think he created one, but I don't think he ever did anything with it. So at first he wasn't streaming a lot, but then when he started to decide to stream, he was like, you know what, I don't want to build the whole channel from scratch. So he just started streaming on Ultra Chen TV by himself. Like David's streams were on Ultra Chen TV, and that way like he had his own layouts, and like he would create all these like little extra things that only worked when he was streaming, and like not when Ultra Chen TV was streaming, and we would have to shut it was just kind of weird. And I was like, why not use your own channel? And he's just, I just don't want to build that audience. You know, I have an audience here. Why? So it was kind of weird, because then it was like, James, why don't you just stream on Ultra Chen TV? And I was like, because I worked so hard building this other channel. I built like J Chenzor and the Chenzor dynasty, and I did a lot. I put a lot of work into that. And also, you know, for me, my brand is J Chenzor, right? Like that's literally my brand. So that was just really confusing at the time. But then Ultra David eventually had to leave. He couldn't do Ultra Chen anymore due to conflict of interest. So he basically left, and I was the sole owner of Ultra Chen TV afterwards. Thank you, Wild Style, for the follow. I was the only one streaming on Ultra Chen TV. And because the Ultra Chen TV Twitch channel had its own base of viewers that knew about Ultra Chen TV and they didn't know necessarily about my Jay Chensor channel. In fact, a lot of people didn't even know I had that second channel. But on the Jay Chensor channel, a lot of people didn't even know I had the Ultra Chen TV channel. So I was literally streaming to two audiences instead of like taking advantage of like the whole entire group, and it made no sense. And then you know, like the Ultra Chen TV Twitter account basically is dead, right? Like I haven't looked at that thing in years, and so like sometimes people would go, "Hey, Ultra Chen," and I'm like, "I'm Jay Chensor," you know, kind of a thing. And so like the whole branding thing got messed up, but I was like really scared to make the transition because of how crazy it was gonna be and how difficult it was going to be. I mean, in my brain, I made it really difficult in my head to merge the two brands. In actuality, it's really difficult to merge these damn brands. It's really crazy. It's really crazy. So it's been rough. And it's been really hard for me to merge everything together. So I'm trying to do it slowly so that people are used to it. And the problem is the Ultra Chen brand, like, doesn't really exist anymore, which is depressing. Super depressing. But, you know, like, it doesn't exist anymore. So there's no reason for me to maintain that. Like, if I had to choose between Ultra Chen or Jay Chensor, I go Jay Chensor because I've been Jay Chensor since like 2000, 2001, right? Like, like literally, I've been Jay Chensor for almost my over half my life, right? So, well, my thing says here that I've been on for 2 hours, okay? I've been going for 2 hours. To answer your question, Mage Nicholas, my personal YouTube channel was Jay Chensor. And I wanted to switch that. Okay, I'm not gonna explain all the other stupid shit, but basically I released Jay Chensor, and this is scary to say because snipers exist and it sucks. So I have to be very careful about this, but so my original personal channel was Jay Chensor, and I've had to change that so that I could release Jay Chensor so the Ultra Chen TV channel could be renamed Jay Chensor. Now the thing about it is that YouTube gives you a grace period that when you change your channel's name, they keep your old name reserved for an amount of time in case you have buyer's remorse and want to jump back so nobody can steal it, basically, right? So they hold it for you. Everything that I read that said they would hold it for an X amount of time, X has passed, and I still can't get it, and nobody's still gotten it, so it's still there. And then I read a bunch of stuff that they were saying like, oh, it frees up actually after a month. And I'm like, a month? And so like, I'm trying to contact YouTube people because I just want to get it changed. Like maybe they can bypass the month thing and just be like, here. And then I don't have to worry about it getting sniped right now. Yes, Mage Nicholas, JC Hensor is what I've had to name my Jay Chensor channel temporarily. I wanted to rename it to James. So see, you're making me talk about the big stupid thing that's really pissing me off. I wanted to rename that channel to James Chensor. But I created a James Chensor channel back in 2008 to put up videos for my friends for my own personal use. And I didn't even remember I had that channel. Well, the problem is YouTube doesn't remember I have that channel either. So while that channel still exists, the account that it's registered under doesn't know it owns it. So I can't delete the channel. I can't change any of its settings. I can't even create a new channel because it already has a channel that it doesn't know about. So I can't do anything with the original James Chensor. I can't do anything with that channel. So I'm trying to figure out a way if somebody could just delete that channel so I can also reclaim James Chensor. which is stuck on a channel that I can't access in any way, shape, or form with the account that I created it under. It's so annoying. Holy crap. Oh my God, it's so annoying. Yeah, so that channel's old. That Jay Chenzor channel has been there forever, and it's where I uploaded all of my trailers, some combo videos, etc., etc. But I didn't really use it much for public stuff, but I probably will go back to using it a little bit more, because you know how a lot of people have multiple channels, right? Like, oh, the podcast stuff goes on this YouTube channel, but I also want to do these fun things and put it on another channel, so I'll use that one a little bit more. So that'll eventually happen there. But I just want to, before I put anything on there again, I want to make sure it's back to Jay Chenzor. And like I said, like YouTube is just, like if I could just talk to somebody. But the problem is, there are just so many people who are looking for help from YouTube that they just don't do human interaction help. They just don't. No, Forrest, I'm planning to upload a bunch of stuff to that JC Hensor channel. I just want it to be Jay Chenzor and not JC Hensor. I've had to call it JC Hensor because I can't call it James Chenzor because James Chenzor is stuck, locked in an account that doesn't know it has the channel, but literally still owns the channel. It's really annoying. It's really, really annoying. What's up, Darok Reaper? I think you came over from the Ultra Chen channel, I'm assuming. And I'm just raging here because everything that I'm trying to do, like, it's just like, every time I try to do something, it always goes horribly wrong for me. Horribly wrong that I actually can't fix myself. And it drives me mad. So that's the point, Mage Nicholas. Ultra Chen TV is supposed to become Jay Chenzor, and my old Jay Chenzor channel is supposed to go to James Chenzor. But James Chenzor is taken up by another channel that I created in 2008, uploaded something, and never uploaded to it ever again. And now when I log in with that account, it doesn't know it has that channel. It's like the channel timed out, and it doesn't know that this account is tied to that channel, but the channel still exists, so I can't get James Chenzor because it's stuck on that channel. And I can't delete the channel, I can't change the settings of that channel, I can't do anything because when I log into that account, all it says is create channel. And when I click create channel, it literally does nothing. Like it's like a link that doesn't exist. I click it and nothing changes. Like it's just freaking stuck that way. I don't know if a channel can time out. I don't know what happened. But that stupid channel is like almost 20 years old now. Like, almost. Actually, it's not even. Oh, wait. 2008. Yeah, it's almost 20 years old right now. It's almost 20 years old. So I don't know if they killed the unactive channels. And, but they didn't actually unlink that channel from my account. And they didn't delete the channel. The channel still exists. It just doesn't connect to my account, but my account still knows it's there because if I try to create a channel, it doesn't do anything. I still have a YouTube studio link that if I click on it, it just takes me to the YouTube homepage. So I can't do it. Like I'm stuck and it's just freaking driving me so upset. And yes, I could use other names, but I'm so OCD that I don't want to. Like, I am going to make this fucking thing work because I refuse the compromise. I refuse the fucking compromise because my OCD won't accept it. It will not accept it. So no any sort of alternate suggestion names are going to work for me except for Jay Chenzor and James Chenzor. Those are the only two things I'm actually willing to use for those channels. And it drives me nuts, because like, I swear to God, I can never have anything work right. Every time I try to do anything, there's always some weird thing, and it's not even like necessarily their fault, because I created this stupid channel a long time ago that I didn't even use. I didn't even remember I had it until I tried to rename my channel to James Chenzor, and it was like, this is taken. I was like, there's no way this is taken. Who the hell would use that name? And I looked it up, and it was me. I used the name. Because when I looked at that channel, the only video that's on that channel is literally my video, and it links to my old blog spot and all this stuff like that. So I was just like, oh crap, you know, kind of a thing. Just freaking hell, dude. Dude, blue, green, orange, you totally understand. And which is why I can't accept having logos that I don't approve of. So when we had the old, I told the story already, now that Ultra Chen TV is essentially no longer a brand. I hated that logo. And, you know, to be fair, the person who designed it, very talented guy, makes great logos. I just didn't like that logo because it didn't speak to me. But I got outvoted on that logo, and holy crap, I made David and Tubaware's life a misery. I used every opportunity I could to talk shit about that logo because I was so mad that they chose that logo and did a majority vote. There's 3 of us. It should be a unanimous vote. Like, there's no such thing as a majority vote. And like, oh, and I hated that logo so goddamn much, and I cried about it, and I made snarky comments about it all the time to them, all the time. I know I made them mad about it, but the problem is it was too late to change it because they had already, so they had a meeting in the morning to talk to the guy to pick the logo. I didn't make the meeting because I was commentating Teppen overnight. All the way until like 7 or 8 in the morning, I fell asleep and I didn't wake up in time for that meeting. So they voted and they got 2 people to vote for the same one. So it was 2-1 no matter what. So they paid the guy and they did all the stuff. And so he created all the assets. We can't change the logo now because then he would have to create all the assets and do all that again. And that would be the only thing to do would be pay him more money. So we were stuck on that logo that I fucking hated. I hated that logo. Like literally he gave us like 10 or 15 options, and as soon as I saw that logo, I was like, that's clearly the worst one. And that's the one they picked. That is the one they picked, was literally the one that I thought sucked, dude. I hated that logo. No, it's the lightning logo. The lightning logo. The one that is half on my channel right now. The one that is half on my channel. Like, I really, really didn't like this logo. This logo. The one with the little lightning hook on that at the end over there. I hate that logo. Well, this one is a mix. This is a mix between my 2 logos. If you want to just see the actual logo itself, let's see if I can find this for you guys over here. Yeah, there we go. This is the one. So this is the new logo. This is the new logo. This was the new logo right here. I hate this logo. I hate this logo. Oh, the other one's changing. Don't worry, Oji-san. I only have it half and half so people know that the channel is transitioning. I just don't think there's anything clever about it. I don't think it represents anything. It looks like the Tempest, the protagonist, the thing that you use in Tempest. And while I love Tempest, what the fuck does it mean? What the fuck does it mean? Like, this meant nothing to me. This logo literally meant nothing to me, and it drives me nuts. So like for me, I like it as, I mean, the idea was that it was supposed to look like a game power-up, right? It's like a power-up that you pick up. And again, in that context, it's a great logo. But for me, I need everything to be personal because I'm fucking OCD. So this logo doesn't mean anything to me. This logo literally speaks nothing to me. It looks like the thing that a junior high kid scribbled on their notebooks. You know what I mean? That's what it looked like to me. Is it looked like, you know, someone scribbling something on their notebook. And so, like, it just didn't mean anything to me. The old logo didn't really have much going on for it either, but I liked the fact what this logo did for me was that, and I kind of made this logo myself. We had somebody else help work on it, but what I like about it is that it is a reflection, and it's kind of this interesting equality, right? So like me and Ultra David are supposed to be partners, and so like to have that kind of reflective equality kind of going here, that like the Ultra is the Chen is the Ultra, like we're two halves of the same whole. His favorite color was red, my favorite color was blue, so the TV being purple was significant. Like I made the TV purple to show the blending between the blue and the red. Like, there's a lot to that. And a lot of times people talk to you about branding and logo is that none of this shit matters. Like, a logo is a logo. You create a logo and you just move on and you keep going. I'm sorry, I am OCD. I bring this up because I refuse to name those channels anything else. And this is an example of why, because I can't accept things like that. I can't accept things like that. Oh, I mean, the Jaguar logo was one of the examples, right? The Jaguar logo got completely decimated. Like, oh, it's so bad now. It's so bad. The new Jaguar logo is awful because it's not even a logo anymore. But the problem with it is that modern concepts of everything has to be solid, plain, and easy to be put on white, easy to be put on black, and it has to be flat, and it has to be easily, like, you know, it's just, like, it's crazy. Like, so that's what logos are supposed to be, and I hate that. I hate flat logos. I think flat logos are really, really boring. So for example here, this is the old logo on the top, and that's the new logo. It makes me sad. It's really depressing. It's really depressing, you know? I hate it. I think it's like, it's just font. It's just font at that point. Like, is there a reason why you want Jaguar to be all circles? And that's it? Like, why? You know? And I want, like, creative logos. I like creative logos. That's my problem too, is that as a person who wanted to grow up as a design artist, one of my jobs that I wanted to have was being a design artist. And so I really like clever logos. And one of my favorite logos of all time, for example, let me see, can I do this here? Yeah. One of my favorite logos of all time is this one. It's for the Spartan Golf Club. This is the Spartan Golf Club. Like, this is just fucking genius. Like, I love this shit, dude. I love this thing. Because if you look at this, if you actually look at this, it's a Spartan helmet and it's a golf swing. It's a golfer swinging and it's a Spartan. And I fucking love that, dude. Like, I love that. Like, that's so good. There was another one too that I really, really liked. What was it? What was it? there's no way I'm gonna be able to find it because I'm terrible at finding these things. Because I'm so bad at searching for things. Oh God. It was like a word balloon that was. Ah, yeah, I found it. Woo! Oh God. I don't know how I got lucky, and I remembered the company name here. So this is another one that I really like. This is an amazing logo. Like, this to me is an amazing logo. It's so neat. It's so clever, right? Like, it's so good. If you guys can't figure out what makes it so good, I mean, it's kind of obvious, but like, I love this logo. Because the dog shape is made by a speech balloon. So, talking dog, right? Like, literally, that's a speech balloon. Right there. And they made this thing his collar. And they fit, it's genius, dude. I love it, dude. I love this logo. I love this logo, especially as a person who used to draw comics a long time ago. So logos mean a lot to me, dude. Like I like logos have to be like, I can't just accept a logo because everybody says it. Doesn't matter what the logo is. Eventually, everyone just associates it with you, and that's all that matters. Logo is unimportant. I was talking to somebody else and telling them how I was obsessing with the logo, and they were like, on the on the Chenzor Dynasty logo. So I've switched the Chenzor Dynasty logo a little bit as well. If you actually look at the logo a little bit, you can see how I've actually changed it a little bit. But like, I was obsessing for this for a very long time, and my friend was like, you can't obsess over logos because they don't matter. Like, in the end, he was giving the speech. In the end, a logo doesn't matter. And I was like, nope. Useless speech for me. Useless speech for me. I'm sorry. Like, you could get AI to make it for you, but then I would probably shoot you because fuck AI art. Fuck AI art. And if you didn't quite understand that, fuck AI art, okay? Fuck AI art. Fuck AI art. Anyways, like if you actually look over here, this was the original logo here. And yeah, so like the shield in the back is kind of textured and all this stuff like that. And you know, I didn't change it much, but you can see like there's a little ridge on here and all this stuff like that. So I just flattened it, right? I just flattened it. And now it just looks like this. The biggest weakness of this logo is that this logo doesn't play on black. Because if you put it on black, you lose these parts. And so I'm trying to come up with a way to make that work. The old logo worked because I had the white outline, but the white outline is like not necessarily the best idea. I've played with a bunch of different colors of this logo, and none of them really seem to work that well. So I'm still trying to figure out a proper thing of this here. And I can't do red because then I lose this. I lose the red inside here because you're right, you know, red ink is a good idea for that. But you end up losing that red part in the middle. And let me do something. Because I have to do this every time too, because I think a lot of people will be confused unless I actually bring this up. Because, oh God, stop doing that. I hate that. Oh, come on. Oh, I hate it when they do this. Reddit won't let me get the picture by itself. I can't do the open image in a new tab thing. Okay, maybe I can do it this way. I would definitely pay somebody if they could come up with good designs for me and stuff like that. But the Chenzor Dynasty logo that you see down there is not changing anytime soon. And again, you'll see why in just a second here as soon as I zoom in enough. Well, actually, let me zoom out a little so you guys can see the picture here. This is Cammy being adopted, and this is her Delta Red teammate over here. And you'll notice that obviously on the beret of this is the Delta Red logo. This is the Delta Red logo. This is the Chenzor Dynasty logo. Delta Red, Chenzor Dynasty. Delta Red, Chenzor Dynasty, right? So that's why my logo looks like that. That's why my logo looks like that, right? I mean, I could make the triangle bigger, but the problem is then the wings, like, you'd have to make it ginormous to fit the whole thing in there, and it would lose the look to it. So the question is, why not actually change the way that the wings look? Well, I can tell you that too. And again, like I said, this is the way that my brain works. Where is it? Actually, I could probably open it up in, where is this? I think it should be in this folder over here. I haven't even talked about anything I'm supposed to yet. Oh my goodness. Sorry guys, I apologize. Let's see here. There it is over here. Resources, view by large icon. That'll help me find it a little bit easier. Do I have it here anywhere? It looks like I don't. Shoot. Where is it? You know what? I can find it if I just do a Google search a lot easier. Right. Okay. So you know, Super Kokoju, you understand what it's all about, right? You know what it's about then. So let me zoom out. My name is Chen Bihong, and Chen is Chen in Chinese. This is what the Chen radical looks like. This is the radical for Chen. This is the Chenzor Dynasty logo. This is the radical for Chen. This is the radical, this is the Chenzor Dynasty logo. And so I had noticed it would be really cool because it looked like a bird in a way, that I could throw the Chen and and mirror image the radical on the other side and make it wings so that it looked like the Delta Red logo. and again, like I said, things, this is what I mean. Like, I have to do things this way. And one of the reasons why I have to do it this way, a lot of it is the OCD thing. Because when you're OCD, what I've kind of realized what OCD, no, that's not Rolento. That's one of her, it's Colonel, I forgot his name, but he's like one of the senior members of the Delta Red squad when she's actually grown up, basically. Right, and because I'm known for playing Cammy, I have everything related to logos. But, so here's the thing. The reason why, in my opinion, people are OCD about a lot of things, at least I know this is why I'm OCD about a lot of things, is because I have decision paralysis. I don't know necessarily how to pick things that are good, or I don't know where I want to put things. So if you ever watch The Good Place, and I reference him all the time, and I'm glad he exists because he helps me explain it. If you know about Chidi Anagonye in that show, one of his qualities is that he has decision paralysis. Like, which would you rather do, this or this? Well, I could do this, but the other one is, but I don't know. And so for me, and I don't know for other OCD people, you have to have something that makes the decision for you. So if I'm listening to music and I don't know how loud to make the volume, it's got to be divisible by 5. It has to be divisible by 5. When I'm in my car volume is either 5, 10, 15, 25, or 30. And very rarely in between, unless I just do it and I'm in a particular movement, I can do that. But that's just to help you make the choice, right? Like, you need everything to line up perfectly or whatever, because that kind of helps you in deciding on how to place things and how to put things. And so when you design stuff, if I have a logo, like if logos you tell me don't matter, then how do I even pick? How do I even pick? Like, if you're like, logos don't matter, like, then I can't choose one. I can't. Like, you give me nothing to go off of, I can't pick one. But if you actually can make it tie into something and give me a feel or a message, or put in something clever that works and tells the story, as you can see is a theme of me over here, from commentary to whatever, to puns, to logos. If you can give me something that tells a story that justifies it to being the way that it is, then I can choose and I can feel happy about choosing it. If I cannot make that emotional connection with something, I will never be happy with it. I will never grow to like it. It will bother me for the rest of my life. And that's just how it is. That's just how it is. Oh man. I mean, the thing is, if you made your logo crappy looking text and you had a good reason to do that, that's actually a great choice. And thank you for Fighting OG-san for the 5 gift subs. Wow, thank you. I appreciate that so much. And I bet you're like, I love this logo talk, because it seems like you really like logo stuff. So, is it only design related for decision paralysis? Because I imagine when you are playing fighting games, it's split-second decisions. Yeah, that's a different thing. That's a different thing. But that's why Street Fighter V and Street Fighter VI don't work with me. So even though you require split-second decisions, being able to play by heart, by feel, by emotion, because of the storyline is important. So not having the invul DPs, not having, proximity normals, and having really shitty defense, and having input buffer has turned a lot of the games into, if you block this move, this is what you're supposed to happen. If you block this move, here's the mix-up. If this happens and they knock you down with this and they dash, this is the situation. The thing that I like about old fighting games is fuck it DP. That's how I describe the difference between heart and mind games, is that fuck it DP exists in old games. And I play so much better in fuck it DP games than I do in the modern input buffer era age, where you have to respect frame data. Because I don't like the frame data telling me what to do. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird. I don't know. It's just weird. Like, it's almost antithetical. Like, I like having these decisions made for me, so I should enjoy the number stuff. But again, a lot of it has to do with just like an emotional connect, I guess, in a way, I used to have pretty terrible choice paralysis as a kid. I've gotten much better about it, but I definitely remember parents going, please choose your game, Petty, or we're going to have to go and put more money in the parking meter. Yep. That's just the thing, right? Like, just the ability just to be able to go, I can do this. Why? Because it felt right. Like, that's how fighting games worked. Fighting games worked for... It felt right to do. What's interesting about this is I used to play my brother all the time in fighting games. And part of me is convinced, because once I started getting a lot better than him, at fighting games, a lot of it was just like, why did you do that? And I was just like, it just felt like the right thing to do. I don't know. Like, I couldn't explain it. And it was really frustrating for him. He doesn't have the time these days, but I think that if he actually tried to learn the input buffer era of Street Fighter, I wonder if it would actually make sense to him. No, so term 1N, like, I have terrible anti-air. And everybody's always like, well, it's because you're old, your reactions are bad, that's why you can't stop DIs. No, I had terrible anti-air my whole entire life. And I didn't realize how much my character choice honestly made up for it a lot of the time. So in the old Street Fighter 2 era, my favorite characters to play were Zangief and Cammy. And so Zangief, you just anti-aired because it was just lariat, right? Like, you're walking, you see him jump, you're lariat, right? It was easier to do. And for Cammy, if I blocked a jump attack, I would mash a DP. And if you didn't combo your jump attack into a button on the ground as a true block string, I would DP you. And if you blocked it, I'd be safe. I did the same thing in Street Fighter 4, DP FADC. So block the jump attack, DP FADC, and I survived. So I would always have these ways to make up for having shitty anti-air reactions. And then when I finally moved to Street Fighter 5 and I moved to Street Fighter 6, that doesn't exist anymore. Like, you just don't have that. And so, like, I suffer hitting anti-airs because my brain takes like 3 or 4 times longer than a normal human to process things that I actually see. Hang on 1 second. Hi, Nathan. Come on, buddy. Where are you? Where are you? Did I actually move it already and I didn't realize it? This is why I have multiples of things. Someone asked me recently, how do you fight your ADHD? And unfortunately, one of the answers, which is not a good answer, but it is a real answer, is having multiples of things. So like, if you need scissors and you always forget which room the scissors are in because you get it and put it down, I literally have 4 scissors in my house. And I have one in all 4 like major areas that I'm in. So I never take those scissors away from there. So they're always there and I don't lose scissors anymore. Ah, there it is. Okay. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yep, exactly, FGC Kevin. Life hack. Which is why it's actually good to know you have things like OCD. Because then you know you have to have life hacks. Like the Zenny guys, I love these guys, by the way. I'm using Zenny glasses right now. They're gonna give me a discount code at some point. And I have multiple glasses, which is actually weirdly useful because like, I could leave glasses here or there, so I always have them when I need them, but that's not the important one, is that every single one of these Zenny cases comes with a microfiber cloth for wiping your glasses. And I never know where my damn microfiber cloth is, so they gave me a bunch of them. I just got these recently. I'm so happy. So I'm gonna leave one here at my stream station. I'm gonna leave one in my bedroom. I'm gonna leave one in the area where I eat and watch TV. And so that way, and then have another one that I carry with me in my pocket. And like, that way I'll always have my glasses microfiber thing wherever I need to go. So like, yeah, it's just, yeah, they do prescription glasses. They do prescription. This is a Zenny pair right now, actually. And they actually just sent me multiples of this one pair. I'm not sure why they sent me multiples of the same pair, but like, they did send me some other ones too. So, but they're great. They have a really nice app. They have all this crazy technology where, excuse me, you can actually like go on their site and this is AI done right. I mean, it's not really AI, but it is AI. But if you can do AI for practical reasons, this is great. So you can pick on certain models of glasses. You can pick it and then turn on your mobile camera on your phone, and it will put the glasses on your head. And it will angle the glasses with your face using AI, so you can see what you look like in the glasses. It's kind of neat, actually. Oh yeah, so The Rock Reaper is talking about that already. But yeah, this is the way I fight ADHD, right? So like, I'm really bad at cleaning my litter box. Poor cats, very, very poor cats. Like, see, paper towel is not a good idea because there's a lot of like fibers that if you continue to use it, you can end up scratching your glasses. So be careful on that one. So, Carnival Nights, sorry, I did not answer your question. You asked, what does input buffer means? What does input buffer mean? Input buffer is basically the ability for the game to repeat the button for you a few frames, right? So basically, if I want to do a link like this, right? This is technically, if I'm not mistaken, what's the advantage here? So the advantage is 7, the startup is 6, so this is not a good example here. Do I have a, let's see this one. That's 5 frames. This is a 5-frame startup. So low strong and a stand light kick is a 1-frame link. So I don't know if you played Street Fighter 4, but Street Fighter 4 had a lot of 1-frame links. Everybody hates 1-frame links. But for some reason in this game, it's really easy to do 1-frame links. Like weird, like in the other games, like in Street Fighter 4, it was like almost impossible to do a 1-frame link. And in this game, like it's significantly easier. Why is that? Why is that? Well, it's because of the input buffer. You'll notice that there is an option to turn on action timing display between your feet and your head. I always have it at my feet, as you can see at Ryu's feet over there. I'll put it at the head so you can see it a little bit more. So this just tells you when your move finishes. So basically, you can always see that the frame meter builds up and stops at the exact same time that bar up there drains. So it's always the same timing because that bar above your head is showing you how long it's gonna take before your move finishes, right? So it's always gonna match. So whenever my move finishes, that's when the bar above me ends. So what it's trying to teach you is that if you're trying to practice links, you can hit the button when it empties out, right? But sometimes, yeah, okay, that was a link, yeah. So basically that's what it is. However, you'll also notice that there's that little tiny yellow line on there. What does the yellow line mean? Well, that's the window for input buffer. And basically what input buffer means is that if I hit a button, the game will repeat the button for me automatically. I believe in this game, it might even just be like a 4 or 5 frame window or something like that. And so what that means is I can hit the button early. So as long as that bar that's filling up gets past the yellow line, I can hit the next button. So I can hit it before my move even finishes. And what the game will go, oh, he pressed light kick, do light kick. Oh, wait, he's still in the middle of his move. Let's try next frame, next frame. All right, let's try to do light kick. Ah, God, I'm still in the middle of a move. I won't do it. Try next frame. Let's light kick. Oh, well, he's still in the middle of a move. I can't light kick. Try next frame. Let's do stand light kick. Oh, he's done? Light kick. And light kick comes out. So basically it repeats the button multiple frames in a row, which is what plinking did in Street Fighter 4, but only for 2 frames total. So the input buffer in this game lets you time the next button extremely accurately. And so what that means is that when the opponent is on block and I do something like this, I'm +3 here, right? Even if I'm just like +1, right? Like, what is this one? This one is +1. So even if I'm +1, if we both hit a 4-frame button afterwards, I win. The thing about it is in Street Fighter 4 and Super Turbo and all the alpha games, there's no input buffer. So turns didn't matter because the probability of somebody actually hitting, like for me as Ryu to hit my 4-frame button before you hit your 4-frame button is really fucking hard. So turns didn't matter. Yes, if you did both happen to hit light punch on the first frames you both recovered, yes, the guy who was +1 will win. But a lot of times you didn't care because it was almost impossible for people to that consistently hit the button and have it come out on the first frame possible. But with input buffer, like, it's trivial. It's trivial now, and especially with double tapping. Like, it's super easy, and that's why frame kills are really easy now in this game too, because the buffer works even outside, and so frame kills are accurate. The double dashes into whatever are super accurate. The counters are super accurate. The example that I always give is that in Street Fighter 4, Balrog's dash punch is -3. Cammy's stand light punch was 3 frames, and it hit mad far. So every time Balrog did light punch, Cammy could counter with stand light punch into drill. You never saw a Cammy go for it. You never saw them go for it. Because if they're wrong just by a little bit, they die, right? If you hit it too early, you just come out with drill because you're trying to do jab and a drill. So if you did jab too early, jab doesn't come out, you just drill and die. If you're 1 frame too late, you come out with jab and a drill, he blocks it and you die. So no, Cammy's never tried to counter it. Ken's could with his fierce DP because special moves have always had buffer windows, but normals did not. And so in a game like Street Fighter 4, Balrog could light dash punch against Cammy over and over and over again, even though she technically should be able to punish it, but there was no way for Cammy to confirm it. She couldn't go jab into something else to be safe. The only way to punish it at range was jab straight into roundhouse drill. Or just jab. But like that really wasn't worth it. So Cammys would try to jab afterwards, sure, but like they never actually went into the drill. In Street Fighter 5 and Street Fighter 6, Balrog would never be able to do a jab dash punch. Cammy would punish it with stand light punch into heavy drill 99% of the time. Why? Because the input buffer makes everything so much easier to do, which is why Street Fighter 4 to Street Fighter 5 was the great transition point between playing by heart and playing by mind. Now, even if you know frame, if you go and study the living shit out of frame data in Third Strike, in Super Turbo, it won't help you. When we used to get data books, we cared about hitboxes. We didn't even care about the frame data because the frame data didn't mean anything in those old games. It really just didn't matter. But now, because of input buffer, everything is so precise and so exact that we have to obey the frame data. We have to obey it because everybody can play like 95% perfectly. You know, and then once you get to the highest levels, you might as well just assume they play 99.99% perfectly, and it's not worth risking it, right? Like in Street Fighter 4, if you blocked a move that was +1, and the other guy had their turn, you would throw out a button anyway, because you know what? They just might not time their button right. So you just didn't care. You didn't care. But if you played again in Street Fighter V, if you block a move that's +1, you can't hit a button because you know you will always lose to their jab. But that's the mix-up then. So the person who does the +1 move can then steal turns and keep and use your hesitation to sneak in stuff. So again, at the highest level, it does become a heart thing. But in order to get to that level, you have to understand all the numbers, you have to understand all the mind game things, the science, to get to the point where you know why you're making these decisions. If you're disrespecting an opponent's plus frames and you don't understand, or you don't even know it's plus because you're just hitting buttons, you're playing wrong. If you disrespect the opponent's plus frames when you are a top player, it's because the last time he did that plus frame, he used your hesitation of pressing a button to get a chance to walk up and steal a turn, or throw you, or do an even slower button that gives him more plus frames, or something to that degree. So now you know he is going to try to steal a turn so you can disrespect his plus frames. But now the whole point is that when you disrespect the plus frames, you had a logical decision why you decided to do that. If you're disrespecting plus frames because you don't know the plus frames, you're playing wrong. And this is what makes all Street Fighter games from Street Fighter 4 and prior so different from Street Fighter 5 and later, is the input buffer. It's all the input buffer. People talk about everything. Oh, these new games are bad because blah, blah, blah. I don't like these. It's because it's the input buffer. It changed everything of how fighting games play. Input buffer changes. So Tekken has always been a frame data game. Why? Because it has one of the biggest input buffers of all fighting games. Virtua Fighter has always been a frame data game. Why? Because Virtua Fighter has a ginormous input buffer. But in all these old games that didn't have that, it didn't matter. So, yeah, that's basically what the input buffer is, which is why I always say input buffer, you know, it's the input buffer era. That's why I call Street Fighter V and Street Fighter 6 the input buffer era, because this is the time where we've actually had to pay attention to it, basically. Whew. Like, moves in Street Fighter, like, I mean, look, let's put it this way, right? Like, this is how you lab. Whoa, what the hell is happening over here? I clicked the wrong thing. So if I'm labbing this game over here and I want to find a button like, oh my, like this move on block is 0, okay? But I have 4 active frames. So you look in the red, there's 4 red boxes, there's 4 red active frames. So what I want to do is I want to hit this meaty so that way I can have plus frames, right? And so now you can act, because this is a mind game, you can look for a situation where you will be plus when you hit them. And how do you find it? Well, you just need to have a knockdown advantage of like 7, 8, or 9, I think it is, 7, 8, or 9. So if you can just find something. So my advantage here is 29, okay? So let's say I want to kill 21 frames then, right? Because then that will give me an advantage of 8. This is 18, this is 20 frames. Let's try this. So this is 20 frames here, right? So if I switch mine to not do that and have her block afterwards like that, I can do, right? And so now I hit on my second active frame, and I actually didn't do it fast enough. Oh, it's actually too fast. Okay, so 20 is not a good, so I need at least 20, I want 21. I want 21, which is gonna be hard to find anything that's 21. So I can dash, and that's 19. Yeah, okay, that's a hard one. What about medium DP? Medium DP gives me plus 34. So what I'm trying to find is, oh wait, I'm sorry, I'm looking for 19, aren't I? Yeah, I'm looking for an advantage of, because if I did this and I did this, I have an advantage of 9, so I'm looking for an advantage of 8. I'm looking for an advantage of 8 is what I'm looking for. So if I do medium DP and I'm at 34, if I dash, that puts me at 15, right? That puts me at 15. If I whiff standing medium kick, that puts me at 5. Okay, so that's a little too long. So this is 29 frames. That's 29, 22, that's too short. If I do this, if I whiff 2 jabs, what is that? It's 3, 3, 6, 9, 12, 12, 19. So if I do this, and I whiff 2 jabs, I'm plus 12, okay? That's too early, etc., etc. Like, you can math all this out, and the reason why you can math all this out is because input buffer means that you can repeat it like every time. If you find the right sequence, you can repeat it consistently. If we were playing any of the older games, there's just no way to frame kill consistently. You just can't. It's too hard. You have to be 1/60th of a second accurate on everything you do to be able to get those frame kills. And so that's why we're in this situation. That's why we're in this situation. Oh shoot, crap. Wait, you didn't see that camera at all? This wasn't on this whole time? Or was I wrong? What happened? Was this not this camera wasn't on? I thought I saw it on. Oh, you did see, okay, good. Whew. I'm so scared for a second there. Well, I think I'm only gonna be able to talk about one topic today. So let's just talk about Street Fighter 6 Season 3, all right? Let's talk about this. Oh, man. This is how I am. I apologize to everybody. I get stuck on topics, but I also like explaining things. Carnival Nights. Did that explain what input buffers are? Did that actually make the input buffer make more sense? Carnival Nights, let me know. Again, input buffers are nice because they're easy to, it's very easy to do stuff like that, so. Right, yeah, it's interesting, right, The Rock Reaper? It's kind of, that's the eternal struggle, right? As someone who has terrible execution, what the hell happened? Oh, I see. As someone who has terrible execution, I appreciate input buffers, but I hate what they have done to expression and gameplay. Exactly, and it's tough, right? Because when you don't have the input buffers, like I said, like the craziest thing is that in Marvel 2, like when you air dash, it's 2 punches and they have to be on the same frame. You can't plink them at all. You cannot plink the air dashes at all. They have to be same frame. And so when you see, even flying, if you activate quarter circle back 2 kicks, has to be same frame. So that's why when you see Sentinel players doing fly unfly and Magneto players doing ROM infinites, like, you're just like, okay, this guy's good. This guy's good. Like, there's that kind of thing where you can appreciate how strong the player is. When it's input buffer so that everybody can do it, it's nice, but you lose some of that factor. You've taken the mystique away from some of the players who are just good and practiced and et cetera, et cetera. A lot of people argue, you know, it shouldn't have that. It just shouldn't have that because fighting games should just be mind games. And my answer is, you know, because everyone says, oh, you like combos, just go play Guitar Hero then. And I'm like, okay, you like mind games, go play chess. Go play Magic the Gathering. Leave us alone. Fighting games are beautiful, in my opinion, because they blend both of them together. Like, even in an FPS, I would say an FPS is almost more execution than mind games, right? And a lot of other things are more mind games than execution. The beautiful thing about fighting games, especially when they're designed in a way to be difficult, is that they're equal parts mind game and equal parts execution. or I should say strategy and execution, so I don't confuse the concept of mind game. Because when I say mind game in this part, it's not referring to the heart, mind, body thing. So I'll say it's equal parts strategy and equal parts execution. A good fighting game is equal parts strategy, equal parts execution, and I love that, right? You hit a combo. Does the player have the clutch to finish the combo because they have to do the super maximal optimized version to win? They might drop it, and so you watch, oh my God, and he pulls off the combo, and you're like, yay, right? Every time Manat hits somebody with one of those stupid orb combos, you're like, oh shit, can he pull off the whole combo? Like, and when they did, you get hype, right? But if there's no execution, and if I hit you at the beginning of the Manat combo, and I hit one button, it does the whole combo for me, you couldn't give a shit. Like, that's not impressive anymore, right? So like, it's just like if no defender is in front of you and you threw a basketball up, it goes in every time. Like, that's not interesting. That's just not interesting, I think. And so the fact that, you know, we have this beautiful marriage between strategy and execution, I think is really important. And it's why I like execution kind of stuff. It's why, yeah, that is why Fnatic had the one button dash. But remember, it was never made illegal because the Dreamcast only had 6 buttons. And so on the Dreamcast controller, remember, Marvel's a 6-button game. He gave up an assist button. You played with 4 attack buttons, 1 assist, and 1 dash button. So in order to have the comfort of the 1-button dash, Fnatic had to lose 1 assist. That's why it was never made illegal, because most people are like, that's stupid. Nobody would ever do that. But Fnatic was like, yo, fuck this air dashing. I'm just gonna play with only 1 assist. And so he always just had the anti-air assist, if I'm not mistaken. But like, he couldn't do a lot of the other extensions and stuff like that that other players could do. And that's just the way it works. So, yeah, so the Rashid combo that someone talked about over here, that John the Automaton talked about here, yes, that is a true 1-frame juggle, because input buffer doesn't help you, because after you do the spin kick and you come down, like, you just have to time it on your way down so it hits on the very last frame of your jump. And that's the only way you can do it. Input buffer has no ability to help you there. If you could do multiple air moves in the air, you might be able to find one button that you could whiff that would kill just the exact amount of frames, so you're jumping down fierce, hits on that last frame. If that was possible, input buffer could make it super easy. But this is why whenever I commentate it, I mention that it's a 1-frame link, or when Ken is doing those crazy Jinrai loops, I always say that this is harder than it looks, is because those things cannot be done via input buffer. And I always want to shout out the players who can do it consistently. So that's why I talk about it all the time. James, if I want to get into Marvel 2, but if it seems like if I pick a tournament team, people will just wreck the shit out of me. How am I supposed to practice like a team clockwork? Well, the most powerful thing in all fighting games for people to learn how to play is having a large player base. And MVC2 does not have a large player base right now. Not a large online. So there's no skill-based matching. So yeah, you're just gonna get your ass kicked. The only way you can really practice that is, one, you can fight against the computer a lot, even though the computer is really stupid or whatever like that, but it just teaches you how to. So the thing is, if you know you're learning correctly, practicing against the computer is right. If you're playing against the computer and your goal is to beat the computer, you're playing wrong. If you fight against the computer and you're intentionally doing things you're supposed to do to humans, that's how you can learn from that, because now you're learning how to convert combos and you're learning how to do your mix-ups, getting the muscle memory for tri-jumps and whatever like that. The other only way you can do that is by finding somebody else online who is your level of skill and playing against them and becoming friends with them, which is why I have created this Discord. I'm gonna paste it into the YouTube chat as well over here, so you guys can see that in YouTube over here. So this is my Discord here. One of the things I'm trying to do is solve a problem of Discord fighters. I'm trying to basically become the giant hub, like the Discord for Discord fighters. So I've created all these systems to do that. Unfortunately, there's not that many people in the Discord, so it's not gonna work right now. But the more people that join, hopefully the more that will happen, basically. So yeah, that's really what it comes down to. Unfortunately, the answer is there really isn't a good way to learn outside of just training mode like a motherfucker, dude. Like just training mode, and being smart enough to realize what's real and what's not, and you know, like testing out ways to stop what you are doing. So you can find a lot of strong things in training mode, but if you don't lab how to blow up the things that you find, you might find out that what you are discovering is actually kind of useless. Like you're like, this is a great mix-up, and you're like, oh wait, if you do this one thing every time, it blocks all of it. Well, that sucks. Then it's not a mix-up. Then don't practice that, right? So if you can go into training mode and you're smart enough to know that I'm doing this and this and this, let me record the training dummy to do it back to me, let me see how I can fight it, and if it actually feels like a real mix-up, then you can take it into real matches, et cetera, et cetera. So you just practice the muscle memory for that. But again, the reason why you go into training mode is not necessarily to improve your execution. Training mode is not only for execution, it is for research. It is designed so that you can study and figure out what makes a strategy strong, or how to stop a strategy. If you're labbing mix-ups and you don't lab how to beat your mix-ups, you are not correctly using training mode. It's just the best way to put it. So, Noxo, that was what guest characters was supposed to be about. I haven't even gotten to my first topic yet. We're just running into a lot of crazy things. According to LK, it's a true mix-up if you can hit Goichi with it. The only reason why I disagree is because Goichi is fucking tough. That is a tough ladder to build. He's right. He's absolutely right. But I wouldn't use Goichi as the measurement because Goichi is inhuman. He's inhuman. Oh man, yeah. I mean, yeah. Dark Reaper, that'd be great. Like if I could get like good community leaders into the Discord as well, that would be fantastic. And I don't know if you guys have seen how I've set it up over here in my Discord. I'll do an advertisement for my Discord over here because I should probably do this more often. But if you actually come over here in matchmaking. So there's social hangout, you just come here, chill, do whatever you feel like over here. But there's the matchmaking forum over here, and so here's all my rules. So you click on rules, read first. It describes to you everything that I want you to do to make this work, right? So what happens is that what you can do is you can click to game roles selection, scroll up here, and I have all these emojis that you can click on, right? So here's a Street Fighter 6 emoji. This is just a Street Fighter emoji. This is the Marvel emoji. This is the Darkstalkers emoji. This one is the Tekken emoji. This is Soul Calibur. This is Dragon Ball, etc. And so what you do is, if you click on one of these, what it will do is it should add that to your role, right? So if I look here at my roles, I have Street Fighter 6, Marvel, Darkstalkers, Tekken, blah, blah, blah selected. So the reason why you do that is then if you come over here into matchmaking, you see that there's beginner, intermediate, and expert. I know it's really small, I apologize. But you can click on one of these things, and then what you can do is you can see like how Natman here is doing at Skullgirls. So everybody who selected Skullgirls as their role, Skullgirls being, where did I put Skullgirls right here, it only notifies the people who assign themselves Skullgirls roles. One of the hardest things about matchmaking in most Discords is that it's hard to distinguish between beginner, intermediate, and expert. And not only that, but if I want to appeal to all the games, I don't want to create a beginner, intermediate, and expert for every game. Because then you're just going to have 900 channels, right? Like Skullgirls, beginner, intermediate, expert. This game, beginner, intermediate. So I designed it this way so that you can come in here, tag only the people who would be interested in actually, you know, like in that game. But based on the channel you put it in, if they're like, oh, I'm an expert in Street Fighter, but I suck at Fatal Fury, and a beginner guy, in the beginner, someone's like, at Fatal Fury, hey, anybody want to play? Like, that means you can narrow it down a little bit easier. So, I don't know if that sounds cool to you guys, or if that sounds different than other Discords. It's an experiment I'm trying, and I'm hoping that it works. Yes, Couch Tomatoes Gaming, everybody can join the Discord. Let me set that up here. If I do this, unfortunately it won't show up on YouTube, but I will copy this onto YouTube for you guys over here. So onto YouTube, if I do this, oops, this, wow, that's a delayed reaction. Here's the YouTube, here's the link for you guys on YouTube. Yeah, so everybody can join this Discord and just basically go hang out there. I only have one hard, fast rule right now. The welcome page over here is, I just want everybody to be friendly. I will not tolerate hate speech. Yes, I am going to censor a lot of shit. Like, there will be no misogyny, there will be no homophobia, and all that stuff. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be in the forum. There's a lot of other forums you can go to, a lot of other Discords you can go to. Too bad. I want to keep this as friendly as possible. The other rule that I have that I didn't actually print here will be no AI art, please. Like, fuck AI art. Fuck AI art. Fuck AI art. So no AI art, please, anywhere. That's just the thing, right? It's my Discord. It's not, I'm not infringing on anyone's right to free speech, because you can go to other Discords and say whatever you want. I couldn't give a crap. I'm not gonna chase you and be like, you're terrible. Like, even I might say something stupid, terrible if, you know, the rules weren't there and it wasn't me. Like, if I just jumped in, I might act like, I might just get really salty one day or whatever like that. But the point is, I'm trying to craft a community, and the communities are only, they reflect the person who's in charge of the community most of the time. And since I'm in charge of it, I want it to be friendly, and I don't want to have any sort of hate speech in there. And like I said, I'm not chasing you anywhere else. If you have hate speech, I might ban you from my Discord, but you're not getting arrested, so whatever. So yeah, that's basically it right there. Do people actually enjoy it when I go on tangents like this? I feel bad because I haven't even talked about the topic yet here. And yeah, I mean, like, honestly, like, if you do want to hate on someone like Skisonic or Jammers or Say GM or whatever, like, if you hate on them, like, don't make it personal. critique them in a useful manner, and I might just let it rock, right? But if you're like, this guy is an asshole, I fucking hate him, I wish he would die, you're getting banned, or at least a warning, right? Like, at least a warning. But like, if you're just like, you know what, I think the weakness is, you know, I see it from Jammers and Sajam's side, but like, I understand Jammers a little more. I think Sajam isn't seeing this aspect of it, but it's clearly because you can tell that he prefers commentary in this style. Like, that's not hate, that's discussion. That's discussion. So, look, if you hate on me, not enough Tetris commentary, that's fair. That's fair, NEB. Oh, man. That is a list of top 3 commentators there for you, Term 1N. But again, this is why I like the FGC. Because if you hate my commentary, that's fine, because you will find somebody that you like in the FGC, and that's important. That is very, very important. And there's a lot of people who like my commentary because I'm emotional, because I tell stories, because I like to connect to humans, and I'm not as worried about the super minute details of strategy, though I will explain that a lot of times, because a lot of times you can't describe why a decision someone made is so remarkable unless you can talk about the high level stuff. So you do have to know about the high level stuff, but knowing the game's details is just a tool in my commentary goal of making viewers become fans of the players and the games. More the players than the games. That's the most important thing to me, is turning all you guys into fans of the players. You know, I want you to be like, you know what? Oh God, like, I love Punk, right? Like the way James describes Punk, like I totally get that, and I like him, and it's awesome, and you become a fan of Punk, and that makes you interested when Punk goes play Fatal Fury City of the Wolves, right? Like that makes it interesting when you see his Dragon Ball arc, etc., or you're like, I really love Chris CCH, I love that story about how his parents support him, and that he's just like this wonderful family kid, and he loves his parents, and they drove him around, and da-da-da-da, you know, like, that makes you want to root for them, right? When I talk about someone like Noah the Prodigy, even, like a lot of people are like, I hate Noah the Prodigy, he's brash and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, what's interesting about him is that he is keeping alive the Gamble Seth strategy that Punko and Marn played with, right? Like these two were very gamble heavy style players, and Noah the Prodigy is continuing that trend, and against all odds, he's finding success with it. And so like now there's a story. And so now you're like, that's kind of cool about Noah the Prodigy, because I love Punko. And you're like, oh my God, I didn't realize, yeah, he's like Punko. And if you were a fan of Punko, now you might be a fan of Noah the Prodigy. Like, that's my goal. That is my goal. I don't know who Moriurara is. I actually don't know. Right, it's when he gets on the mic that you don't like it. Now, to be fair, he's a little better about it now. He's a little bit better about it now, but yeah, but see, Darak the Reaper saying that, you know, Noah might be his favorite player. And, like, that's important. This is important. I don't need everybody to like everybody, but I want you to like somebody. You know, I want you to get to a point where there's somebody you root for. Even if I try to make you a fan of Noah the Prodigy and you're like, you know what, I can't take his microphone work. That's cool. That's fine. Hopefully I can get you hooked onto Cien, or I can get you hooked onto Momochi, or I can get you hooked onto, you know, Filipino Man, you know, but my goal is to prop up every single one of these players. So hopefully you do find a story that resonates with you, so you become a fan of theirs. And yeah, why am I doing it? Because I want you hooked on this shit, dude. Like, I want you to become obsessed with fighting games. So it's a little kind of evil, but like, I just want the scene to grow, man. I just want the scene to grow. Wow, that sucks for Moriwara. Makes me really sad, but you know what? More power to him. It's kind of one of the reasons why I was always such a big fan of Dark Jawa back in the Street Fighter 4 days. Like, he just went to every tournament, and he always missed Capcom Cup, like, every year. Like, he always just didn't make it. But somehow he was able to fly to every single event everywhere around the world, and he would just get points and points. He would do really well and then not well, and then he would always just miss it. And I think it was Street Fighter 5 early, or was it late Street Fighter 4, that he finally got and won Capcom Cup, and I was just like, this is so awesome. But yeah, like, that's a great story to tell. If Dark Jawa showed up in a tournament, you don't think I'm gonna spend like 10 minutes telling that story about him before his match starts? Like, I am 100% gonna tell that story, because that's gonna make a lot of people out there go, oh shit, like, let's go Dark Jawa. And like, if he starts winning, you might just be like, let's go, because you want him to succeed, because you heard that story. Again, one of my favorite things that's ever happened was the 1 year where the last chance qualifier for Street Fighter V was won by Nemo. And every time Nemo, during the last chance qualifier, got on stream, I would be like, blah, 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 blah. But you know what? Like, he hates Zangief because he hates Itazan, you know? And then, like, even during the tournament, like even after the last chance qualifier, every time they showed up, I would make some reference to Itazan and Nemo being like arch rivals and them hating each other. And I literally got a tweet from somebody that was like, why do you keep talking about that they hate each other? They don't even hate each other. It's not a real thing, James. Like, stop talking about that. You know, blah, 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 blah. Like, yeah, talk about the match, blah, blah, blah. That was the year that Nemo did the handshake to Itazan. That was the year that they fought each other in top 8, and after Nemo beat Itazan, he walked up and did this. And that was one of the biggest moments of that year. And if you didn't know that, I let you know. And there's gonna be a lot of people out there who don't even know that I was the one that put that rivalry in your brain, but it made the moment miraculous, dude. Like, seriously, like, why would you not tell these stories? So whoever it was that tweeted me, ha! That's all I can say. Right, every time you tell it could be somebody's first time hearing it. Exactly. And I try to slip it in ways, like, I don't tell the whole story every time. I'll just make some offhanded remark about the rivalry. Because they were both in the tournament. They could run into each other. Maybe nothing happened. Well, what if Nemo beat Itazan, or Itazan beat Nemo, and they got up and hugged each other? That would be very significant. But if you didn't know the story, you're just like, oh, they're hugging, they're friends. But like, if you didn't know the depths that Nemo hates Zangief, like, if there was somebody in the FGC who would ever become the president of the Grappler Hate Club, especially Zangief, it's Nemo. Like, nobody hates grapplers more than Nemo. Like, he is literally the emperor, supreme leader of I hate grapplers. And you know, like, it's interesting about that because, like, he does hate grapplers, but when I tell it to you like that, it just makes it more funny when he loses to a Zangief. Has Daigo actually said that he hates Third Strike? Has he actually said that? I know he said that that's not his favorite, but I wasn't sure if he said that. But again, I think it's funny, though. Oh, cool. Dude, I swear to God, if I just had one or two extra, like, things with my brain that were correct, like, I swear to God, like, Daigo thinks a lot like me, because every time I say something, people are always like, whatever, James, you're old. And then Daigo says it, and they're like, you're a genius, Daigo. It makes me so mad. Oh, yeah. Okay. Nuki said it. Nuki explained why, and it makes sense. Okay, that makes sense. But fighting games are so interesting to me for a lot of these reasons. And to me, it's just like the personality is always going to be the most fascinating thing about fighting games. Because frankly, like, you watch these guys fight against each other. If you don't care about the players, like, if it was like literally like player 1, player 2, player 3 playing online and they made names like anonymous, like none of us would care. None of us would care, like at all. It's just like, oh right. You can just, you would like the jump and then the instant air parry, right? The jump into the instant air parry basically makes it so like, it kind of messes up a lot of the meaty pressure because you don't have to guess between high or low, which is why you'll actually see a lot of people do jump and parry, even against wake-ups a lot of the times, right? Like, you'll walk up to someone who's going to get up, you'll jump and air parry, because if they wake up EXDP, you'll parry that, and you can punish that on the way down and stuff like that, so. Wait, which players feel like friends on stream when they fight against each other? All sports is like this. The narrative doesn't need to be 100% accurate so long as it gives us something to get invested in. Exactly. And it's interesting too, because I've always said, one time online I found a PDF of, for just one game, the information sheet given to, I think it was the Golden State Warriors commentators. And like, dude, holy shit, the amount of information that they put on those things. Like, every story, like, on the opposing team, every player, like, player currently in a slump, or is this, he came from this school, this happened to him a long time ago, this is this, and this is this, and this is this. Like, so if that player ever goes up to the free throw line, you can just look it up and just be like, yeah, this player, he's from this school, and, in that school, he was a Division I champion, and he did all this stuff, and that, like, oh my God, like, we have to do that all ourselves, man. Anyways, okay. Shutting up now. Yeah, I mean, seriously, when we're commentating, a lot of people get mad at me when I get people's information wrong. I'm sorry that I'm not a walking encyclopedia, and I don't have everyone feeding it to me. It'd be nice. Oh, man. Okay. Hey, Jasmine's hungry, so let's do this. Let's actually do this, okay? No more topics here. We're going to the title. All right. Oh, so the reason why I'm biting my thumb right now, RX Blue, you probably can't see it, but I use my phone a lot, unfortunately. And what it's done is that it's dried my thumbs out very, very badly. Just because also my OCD, right? So one of my problems with me using a phone over here is that when I use my phone, I tend to do this a lot. I tend to do this back and forth a lot. And people ask me, why do you do that? Why? Because you scroll up and down when reading pages and stuff like this all the time. It's just completely unfair to scrolling left and right. Left and right deserves as much action as up and down. So I will just scroll. So if I do this a lot, I then just start doing this to make up for it. That's it. This is the reason why I do that. And so I do that. I'll press on the edge of this with this thumb. I'll press on the edge on this thumb because, like, I just feel like I just need to do that. And so as a result, my thumbs are very, very, let me see if I can get this here. Why am I not scrolling this? Oh, is it just because Where? Oh, because I have to turn off autofocus. There we go. So if you look at my thumbs here, they're very dry. You see this? Like this thumb too is very dry, and I've had skin peeling all over the place. And so as a result, I just keep biting my thumbs because I just keep having skin flaking off everywhere. So I'm always just trying to like, because I pick at my fingers all the time. I'm doing this all the time when my hands are off stream. And then I feel like if I pick on the, like if a piece of skin starts getting a little too long, I just try to bite it off basically. So, so a long time ago, I was using one of those dating apps that was, you know, swipe left, swipe right kind of things. I don't even remember which one it was. And I've definitely accidentally swiped the wrong direction for some people because my OCD just made me feel bad for swiping in one direction that I just swiped the other direction. I was like, oh God, no, like kind of thing. So, okay. Anyways, you guys are distracting me again. Here we go. Shut up, everybody. We're gonna talk about season 3. We're talking about season 3. Everybody, welcome to It Was Tuesday with your host James Chen, aka Jay Chenzor. Hope everybody's enjoying your time out there with all of your favorite fighting games, and you're welcome. You're welcome, everybody, because as soon as I put up that video on YouTube speculating why didn't we get an Elena reveal, the Elena teaser showed up like 3 hours later. They saw my video and they're like, we have to make James wrong. So they made that video and put it up just to make me wrong. You're welcome. You see the things that I do for you guys. You see, like I make myself look a fool. So to convince Capcom to release the teaser. So there you go. I hope you guys appreciate that, man. And so let's actually take a look at this. I want to talk about season 3, but we're not done with season 2 yet. So let's actually take a look at this. Obviously, this is just the world tour teaser. So there's really not much to be gleaned out of this. But you know what? It's fun to watch anyway. So let's just do this. Different view, different view. There we go. Let's go. All right, let's get the elephant out of the room first. Actually, I didn't mean to do that, but yeah, there are definitely a lot of elephants in that video. But let's get June 5th. Man, that is much later than I expected. However, did show that my video that I did put up, and I talked about this on the previous live streams, is that I was probably right that Elena was supposed to be revealed during the Nintendo Direct, because June 5th is the same date that the Switch 2 comes out. So for sure they were tying that all together. And again, this artwork over here even has Elena front and center. So they were clearly trying to time Elena's release with that, which might be the only reason why she's coming out so late, because, you know, the concern that a lot of have, and this will lead right into this season 3 discussion over here, is that technically the season 3 of the Capcom Pro Tour is starting at EVO Japan in May, at the beginning of May, and Elena's coming out later. Like we all assumed that Elena would drop with the season 3 patch. And a lot of us are waiting for the season 3 patch because we want to see what happens. We want to know if they're going to nerf throw loops. We want to know if they're going to nerf drive rushes, etc., because we want to know what we're going to be dealing with the next year or maybe even 2, right? Because a lot of people are... Street Fighter 6 is brand new. We all love the game at the start, but as all fighting games go, a lot of that love goes away because what happens is, I talked about this during City of the Wolves, because I was really worried about everybody was like, oh my God, this game is exactly what I want. I love this game. And that happened with Street Fighter 6. The danger of that, as soon as the game stops being what you loved, now you hate it because you've set this expectation for yourself. When you approach games like this, you have to also be flexible enough to know that what you love about the game might not be the right way to play it. And that's gonna happen, right? Like, you know, City of the Wolves might just devolve into, can you just defend DPs, right? Like, kind of something like that. And if you don't like that, that might be a problem for you. And eventually you'll go from, I love City of the Wolves, to now it's stupid because of blah, 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 which was there from the beginning. We just didn't understand the game well enough. So again, we didn't really understand how strong drive rushes and throw loops could potentially be in this game, especially now that we've also maximized the damage of all of our characters, etc. So it's just gonna change how the way a game plays, right? But now that we know how the game plays, there's legit a lot of things about Street Fighter 6 that people don't like. Because it's been 2 years. It's not people being like whiny and crying about it. Like, literally, there's a lot of things that players don't like that are correct and justified. And again, that doesn't mean the game is bad. That doesn't mean that those guys hate the game. It's just that they want to play a game that they really like, but they want to like it more. Or, yeah, maybe they are playing it because it's their job, but still it would be nice to enjoy it more, you know, etc. So, like, it is important to have that kind of thing happen for a game, you know? And so, you know, a lot of people want to know what's going to happen with Season 3, and we're all just waiting. We're all just waiting. Some people have speculated maybe they're holding back to give Fatal Fury as good of a launch as possible. Like, it could just be like Capcom literally throwing them a bone. Like, we won't do anything with the game. You come out with Fatal Fury, you get to have like a month and a half. By the way, Fatal Fury is coming out in like 10 days. Like, you get to have May, do your thing, and then we'll come back. We're not gonna distract you guys because we're friends now, right? Could be. Well, see, that's the thing, Petty. My prediction is that they're not going to change too much because, especially in Japan, the buzz is still great for Street Fighter 6 and player retention is still higher than anything we've seen in the last 30 years. So why mess with a winning formula? This is absolutely true. However, if you change some of the things, like throw loops, etc., in a manner in which it doesn't affect the casual players, that's very important. So, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this, right? I've been putting up a ton of suggestions on how they can change a lot of these things in the game, and you know, and bring it to better balance, right? Like, I've been talking about how to get this game into better balance for a long time on this stream, on Twitter, etc., etc. But, you know, as a person who really understands all the pieces that are coming together, and that it's not just, hey, let's balance it this way because it'll be better for top players. Like, there's so much more. There's so much more to balancing a fighting game than that, right? So I'm looking for a specific post over here because they had a good summary of a lot of the things that they didn't like about the game and ways that they could actually fix it here. Let me see. Where is this thread here? Right, so, you know, like, someone was talking about, you know, throw loops, etc., and so let's do the most famous one, drive rushes, right? Most of people's suggestions to fix drive rush basically kind of kill drive rushes, right? Like, they don't realize that what they're trying to do to the drive rush will actually make them significantly worse, right? When people are asking for frame data changes on drive rushes, you know, they're not aware that you're gonna break every combo in the game, you know, et cetera, and things like that, right? And so, you know, it's easy just to be like, oh, let's do this. And so what happens is you end up in a situation where you're basically just nerfing the game. Like, you're removing its personality. You're literally removing its personality. And that shouldn't be your goal. Like, your goal should be to make the game have its unique style. That's important. Sajam talked about this recently. He said that Capcom are probably pretty happy with how the game is, whether certain aspects are how the players think they should be. It would be better for Capcom to examine the game closely. Throw loops exist because of parry. Whether that's the correct player option isn't necessarily what was decided on. Right, exactly. And so here, this is the trick, right? This is the trick. Can you come up with a way to tweak the game so that you don't alienate the beginners, but you help the top players? That's a very, very difficult thing to do. However, and this is not meant to detract from beginner players or players who are not top players, but there's a lot of things you can do that the beginner players won't even notice. Like, the game will still be largely the same, you know, kind of a thing like that, right? So, yeah, Street Fighter 6 is huge in Japan. So there might not be a reason for them to tweak it, but the thing about it is, one of the reasons why it's huge in Japan is also because they've done also a great job of promoting a lot of the players. The Street Fighter League is fun and everything like that. And if you spend all your time on social media talking to all these top players that you see in Street Fighter League, and you're like, oh my God, I love Nemo. Oh, he's so handsome, you know, kind of thing like that. And Nemo's like, I fucking hate this game. Like, Drive Rush sucks. When are you gonna I hate throw loops. Why are they in there? Like, that's not good either. Right? Like, that's not gonna help you either. And that's kind of where we're at right now, especially in the Western audiences. I think in Japan, a lot of the players over there are kind of like, we shouldn't talk so much shit about this, but, like, you know, how we've painted this narrative like Japan accepts modern, but I've heard that in the chat a lot of Japanese players make fun of modern almost just as much as we do in America. It's just that the top players aren't bitching about it as much, etc., right? So that's the thing, right? So, like, it can backfire for them if they don't do a lot. If they don't do a lot to change this game. Well, the thing about it is, Petty, it's not even necessary that the Japanese pros have a sense of professionalism. It's not about that. Is that Japan very early on is taught about the ecosystem. If you look at what it is that they do, they understand the idea of doing something that's better for everyone. This is why they don't have outdoor trash cans. This is why they don't steal things on the street. This is why they keep everything super, super clean. You know, they're just taught early on, because in school, like, that's why on all the animes, there's always, like, in grade school animes, there's always the scene of the kids cleaning the swimming pool, right? Because they make the kids do all the cleaning work. They clean the chalkboards. They do all that stuff because they teach very early on the sense of community kind of thing. They really try to, and it can backfire because you might be eliminating individualism, right? Like, there's definitely an argument for that. I'm not saying either way is right or wrong. I'm just describing, from what I understand, is that Japan is taught a lot about community benefits. And so I think a lot of the players just automatically, through how they're raised, understand that, okay, I might not like this, but this is still better for the game overall, so let's rock, you know, kind of thing. And that's very important. Yeah, I think that's just really what it comes down to from the Japanese players. You know, America, a lot of Western cultures are taught about individualism. Like, you can change everything. You can make a difference. You can become the billionaire. You know, like, that's kind of how we're taught, right? Like, and it creates a different mentality. And, you know, people, if they try to deny the fact that the country that you're born in is going to change your personality a lot, like, I don't know what you're thinking. Like, oh, man. So the thing about it is that, yeah, they're not going to complain about it much, but it's still not good for Capcom to have your top players be kind of upset with the game, right? And that's the thing too, is like, you want to reward strong players. You want to reward them doing really, really well. So this is a very, very scary moment in the FGC for Street Fighter 6, because if this game comes out and throw loops are still just as powerful, drive rushes are still just as powerful, and the system mechanics have barely changed, we've already seen a preview of what it would be like if your community hates your patch. Holy crap. So if you guys remember, last week I had Rip on here to talk all about Tekken 8 and the patch, and I have not seen this kind of just absolute, like, unified hate towards a patch like this, man. I have seen everybody talking about playing Tekken 5, Tekken 6, and Tekken Tag 2. People are learning how to install those games and play them today, and like setting up parsec, you know, things or whatever, because like they just don't want to play Tekken 8 anymore. And that's crazy. So we've seen what happens if you are not helping the main community that is promoting and talking about and playing your games, right? Like, yeah, time to learn about PS3 emulators, etc., etc. Right, so the backlash wouldn't be as bad if they literally didn't go back on what they said about adding more defense, for sure. And this is a good opportunity for me just to mention the fact that, where is this here? Let me duplicate this tab so I don't lose this, so I can come back over here. Harada just sent out Bandai Namco sent out a tweet. Yeah, they said an emergency patch will be deployed to address the issues occurring in Tekken 8. So, I'm sorry, it's 2 days. It's Thursday that this is going to happen. And literally they're sitting here, the development team acknowledges that following the Season 2 version 2 update, the overall game balance has shifted too heavily toward offense. We sincerely apologize that the actual balance changes did not align with the development intentions. And actually, I'll just put this on screen for you guys so you can see this. With the development intentions and policy previously communicated to players. We deeply regret not being able to address the improvements and adjustments that the community had hoped for. Moving forward, we are committed to distinguishing between issues that can be addressed quickly and issues that require more time and community feedback for proper review. Holy shit, this is a walk back. Holy shit, okay? That is all I'm gonna say is holy shit. Like, I have not seen this kind of apology. Oh, right, it'll be tomorrow for US, that makes sense. I haven't seen this kind of level of apology, like, in a long time. Like, they know they fucked up, dude. Like, they know people are mad. And like, seriously, they're even laying out an entire plan. Like, in this upcoming update, we'll fix known issues and begin a balance review based on the following policy. And so the patch notes for this particular version are scheduled to release shortly, but they're gonna keep working on it, and they're talking about health and gradual adjustments to overly high reward moves, rebalancing the offensive. Like, they are laying out their entire plan on what they are going to do to make this game more of what you are actually interested. Oh, this artwork on the side is amazing. Yeah, for sure. But like, that is a walk back and a half. And I'm not saying that as, I'm not trying to make fun of Bandai Namco or anything like that, but I'm just saying that, in my opinion, this is unprecedented. We have rarely ever seen this kind of reaction from a company, from community displeasure with a patch. And a lot of it is also because everybody was so mad. Everybody's mad. Like, it's not even just top players. There's not even a lot of people out there going like, you guys are lame, you guys are just old, I like this new, like, I don't see anybody who says that they like this patch at all. So like, it's dangerous. So the nice thing for Street Fighter 6 is if they don't change the throw loops and they don't change the drive rushes, you guys are right. We are not going to run into a situation where even the casual players are gonna be like, this sucks, why didn't you change this? You promised. Because one, they didn't promise anything, and two, they're kind of enjoying the game as is, so I'm sure they would enjoy it continuing going forward. This one's very different because Tekken 8 Season 2 clearly changed a lot of stuff, and a lot of people are dying to make some noise, you know, loops and stuff like that. And even at the lowest levels, that's really, really annoying, right? So that's really frustrating. And yeah, well over half the players don't read patch notes, Petty, to your point. But the thing is, the changes are enough that even at the lowest levels, they're feeling it, right? They are experiencing this kind of thing. So for Street Fighter Season 3, I don't think they're running the risk of that, but at the same time, because it's getting so big and because it's so popular, you do want your top players to be happy, right? You want them to be happy. You know, I always use basketball analogies, right? Like, it's not necessarily a good look if you have former pros just being like, basketball sucks right now. Like, where's the defense? Like, why aren't they calling travel? You know, like, everyone carries the ball like 7 times, you know, stuff like that. Like, it's not a good look. And so, you know, people want to fix these kind of things. And in my opinion, there are lots of ways to make Season 3 of Street Fighter 6 able to appeal to the complaints of the top players while retaining a lot of the things that the low-level players enjoy. And how do you do that? What's the philosophy on that? Well, the idea is fixing the risk and the reward. Fixing the risk and the reward. If something is too strong, you don't necessarily have to nerf its strength. You can just make it so that if you make the read against it, you do as much damage to them as they can do to you, which is how I've been crying about how to fix drive rushes forever. Like, everyone keeps saying, like, change the frame data this, change the frame data that, blah, 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 blah. You know what? Whatever. Don't. Like, leave everything that drive rushes can do alone. Because that's not the problem with drive rushes. Like, literally, that's not the problem with drive rushes. Like, if you know someone's gonna drive rush, obviously there are some situations like juried standing medium kick. Jesus Christ, you can't even check that move if you try, right? But again, that's individual moves. But a lot of times, if you know someone's gonna drive rush at you and you can check it. You can check it. The reason why it doesn't feel like anything is because when you check drive rushes, you get nothing out of it. Hey, what's up, Infinite Time Wasting? Thank you for catching a live stream. You get nothing out of it. If you check a drive rush, you get nothing out of it. And I have explained this logically and mathematically. When you are checking a drive rush, you are hitting the move, you're hitting the drive rush with the tip of your button. If you're hitting it with the tip of your button, a lot of times, nothing combos afterwards. One, you only get a counter hit instead of a punish counter. And two, if you hit them with the tip of your button, they're too far away for you to do anything. So the only way to really punish them is to drive rush cancel the move that you check them with. So for example, I'll use Kimberly because I use Kimberly. Her standing medium kick is a very good drive rush checker. So you hit standing medium kick and I hit them, but I don't get anything out of it. Like, I can cancel it into cool, knockdown special move, but like, I didn't do any damage. And the problem is, if they drive rush at me and they hit me before my medium kick, or they hit me out of my medium kick, they get to hit me, add 4 hit stun to the move they hit with me with, keep sliding forward so they stay close to you, link into another move, and continue to beat you up. And then they're like, you know what? I want to extend the damage. I'm gonna drive rush cancel. And they drive rush cancel. And so after this beginning part, they get to extend the combo. And you know what? If they feel like you're gonna die, they can drive rush cancel again and do more damage. And the best part about it is the easiest hit confirm in the world. And if they block it, you're a plus. So they're still in a mix-up. So again, they drive rush strong, you get hit. They have 10 years to link into the next move, and they get 2 drive rush cancels to extend the damage to kill you if they start with a full drive gauge. Yeah, and then if they wanted to do the level 3, they can also gain a lot of that drive gauge back. Now, let's look at it on the other end. I check you with standing medium kick. If I choose not to spend any of my drive gauge, I will cancel to run slide. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh boy. Okay, so I want to extend the combo. Let's drive rush cancel. So you drive rush cancel Kimberly's standing medium kick. Guess what? You've lost 3 bars already. You have drive rush cancel your normal to get equal damage to them not using any drive meter at all except for the initial drive rush. So if you want to extend it again like the opponent does, you have to burn yourself out. You cannot do this without burning yourself out. Whereas the other guy, if they drive rush strong, link into some cool thing, then drive rush cancel, do a bunch of cool stuff, finish the combo, they spent 4 bars. So to get the same amount of damage from their initial drive rush hit, you have to drive rush cancel at least one time, which also nerfs your damage because moves like Kimberly's standing medium kick or most crouching medium kicks automatically scale your damage by a lot, and your drive rush cancel scales your damage by more. And so the only way to do decent damage is to drive rush cancel, and if you want to extend it, you only get to extend it one time and you burn yourself out. Whereas the person coming in with the drive rush standing strong, there's like no scaling on that. Like even if you do drive rush overhead with like Ryu, the next button is still 100%. There's no scaling off of that. Drive rush doesn't add any scaling. Like, so they can hit you, do another move, and if they feel like doing more damage, they get to drive rush cancel and they're not even burned out yet. And then, like Forrest said, if you do a level 3, they get to build a lot of that back while they're draining your drive gauge. The risk reward is awful. It is awful, and you cannot damage. So again, when people upload the videos of like the jury player who drive rush gets hit, drive rush gets hit, drive rush gets hit, and they're like, what is wrong with, they're so scrubby. No, they're not. They're playing the game right. Because you can't hurt them as much as they can hurt you. Why shouldn't they drive rush? What, like, why not? Like, because if they hit you, they murder you, right? Like, that's, like, why wouldn't they do this, right? So they're playing it right. That is the problem with drive rushes. And so how do you tweak this, right? My suggestion that I've said a million times, apologies, I know people are gonna watch this video and be like, here comes James with this thing again, oh my God. But like, just to give you an example, I mean, you could add scaling to the initial drive rush move, which might actually be a very good idea because that would also lower the damage, because a lot of people don't like the one guess, you know, 2 combos you die thing. So you get hit by a drive rush and now it's guess for game kind of thing. A lot of people don't like that. So a lot of scaling on drive rush normals would help a lot, and actually kind of to almost make it fair. Well, it would help a lot. It would help a lot. But the suggestion that I have always suggested here, oh crap. The suggestion that I have always given here is that you change the reel if you get hit out of a drive rush. So I always use the example in Third Strike. If you sweep someone in Third Strike, they fall over like you normally see. If you sweep someone while they're dashing forward, they fall face first and hit the ground. It's a really cool effect. Like, it's really neat because it makes sense. If you're dashing forward, you get swept, you'll see the guy fall forward, and if you sweep them when they're standing still, they fall backwards, right? So, let's turn all drive rushes into punish counters like people suggested, but even if you do that, most characters still won't be able to make it hurt that badly, right? Like, if I'm Kimberly and I hit you with standing medium kick and I get punish counter damage, you're still way the heck over there. I'm not linking anything anyway, whatever, so it's not gonna be enough of a change. So the idea then is just make it so that if you get hit out of a drive rush, it's a punish counter and you stumble forward. As soon as you do that, the entire power level of drive rushes changes. It just completely changes. Because now, if I have a button, like a heavy button that I can't even cancel, if I hit you with that and the guy stumbles forward with 4 extra frames of hit stun because of the punish counter, now I get to do the exact same thing to the drive rusher that they can do to me. I can check their button, hit them, and I don't even need to cancel. It's a super easy confirm. I hit them, they stumble at me, so they actually come closer, so I can actually do big damage. And now, the first time I drive rush cancel will be equal to the first time that the drive rusher is using a drive rush cancel. It's hit, link, drive rush cancel for more damage, super, you still have 2 bars, you did all this damage. You have equalized both sides of the coin for the drive rush. Now, if you drive rush and get hit, you will die. So now you can actually say to players out there who drive rush forward all the time, why are you playing like this? You're a scrub. Because now you're right. The problem is if you call him a scrub right now, you're doing it because that's not how you want to play or how you perceive the game should be played. No, this is how the game should be played right now, whether you like it or not. They are not playing it wrong, they're playing it right because this is what's powerful in the game. But now, if you drive rush and get hit and you lose a chunk of damage, guess what's gonna happen? People are gonna drive rush less. People are gonna drive rush less. It's just what's gonna happen. But what's beautiful about that is you haven't changed anything about the drive rush on the offensive side. The same combos still work. The same things that you labbed and practiced for 2 years are not going away. You are not erasing anybody's work out there. So the people who enjoy using drive rushes, and yes, on drive rush cancels to keep the pressures and stuff like that, they can still do what they want. The combos still work. You can still do everything that you could do before, and the only difference is if your opponent checks you, they get more reward. And guess what? At the lowest levels, people aren't checking drive rushes like madmen. So you're not gonna hurt the enjoyment of a lot of people who are beginners. It's the stronger players who are going to be able to check your drive rushes more consistently. So again, this is a benefit for higher level play, doesn't affect low level play, and lets every player who's been playing this game continue to do a lot of the things that they like. You just changed how badly you can get hurt if someone calls you out, because right now the risk reward isn't strong enough. I can check a drive rush 3 times, and the one time they get in on me, I will lose more damage than I drained with the 3 times I hit them. Right, but the lower players can still aspire to it. Once they start getting better at checking it, or they see themselves get hit out of a drive rush and the guy gets a bunch of damage, then they understand, oh, I should be checking these drive rushes. I'm going to expect the drive rush, and I hit it, and I get to do my cool combo. And so by making it a fun thing to do, you're teaching people that they should be checking drive rushes more often than they are at low levels, because it's rewarding now. The problem with checking drive rushes right now is that there's no reward. You don't feel good or cool doing that, right? So that's the whole point. And this is what I personally want out of this game right now. I don't want to remove the drive rush power, because that's the personality of the game. That's what the game is doing, and it's doing a lot of things right. And if we nerf a lot of this stuff and it becomes annoying to other people, that's a problem, right? That's a problem. And so we have to look at this very carefully. But if you just say, well, we're selling like hotcakes, so we're doing something right, when all of these top players are really pissed about the game, like, you're not doing something right. Because again, if all the top players hate your game, like, who are these fans gonna watch in Street Fighter League? Who are they gonna root for, right? Maybe you'll keep getting these players to play because the money is there, but if the players don't love the game, you'll know, you will know, and you will feel it, and that's a problem. So again, that's how I would fix drive rush. And so again, you're not changing it, you're letting everybody do what they want, but now for the players who are better, you can get as much of a reward. So at the highest levels, you're like, well, now I'm scared to drive rush, because if this guy hits me, I die. And so you're not gonna drive rush willy-nilly as much anymore. Raw drive rush loses a lot of power. Now drive rush cancels. Nathan, what are you doing? What are you crawling in, Nathan? I hear a lot of rustling. Nathan, oh, there he is. Okay. So a lot of people are talking about drive rush cancels, right? Like, oh, well, that doesn't fix drive rush cancels because you can't check them out of the deck. The drive rush cancels actually have a really cool mind game right now, Which is why everybody should have uppercuts, by the way, ODDPs, because everybody should be able to uppercut in between the drive rush cancel and the slow move. And so there's a little bit of a mind game here, right? Because if you drive rush cancel into next button to do maximum damage, it almost never is a true block string. So a lot of people, when they get drive rush canceled on, they just do an ODDP and they hit the guy. And there's really nothing the other guy can do about it. Like, you can't save yourself, right? And so, you know, what happens is you force a lot of people to turn them into true block strings. So crouching medium kick into low jab. But if you hit them and you autopilot into that, your damage is less, right? You're gonna scale yourself automatically. The problem right now is that a lot of characters just don't have that option. They just don't have the ability to uppercut in the middle there. So like Kimberly, Manon, like Lily, like all these characters, they just have to hold that. They just have to hold it. Unless they have a level 1. That's not fair either. Why force them to spend level 1s? And sometimes the level 1s have so much startup, they don't even work in that situation. They can actually block in time. So again, on the drive rush cancel, I think that the mind game, and it's kind of interesting. And you know what? If you fight against someone who's good, the ability for you to get close enough to hit them with something that you can drive rush cancel is not as easy as it looks. I mean, footsies is like, if you're good at footsies, this is not just something that another person's gonna be able to just hit you mindlessly with all the time. It still requires skill. The biggest problem with drive rush canceling right now is that, you know, they thought that the 3-bar drainage was going to be enough to discourage people from abusing this. The problem is, because we've gotten better at the game, we're good at managing our drive gauge really well. So when we cancel the drive gauge, if they block it, we know sequences that will build up our drive gauge a lot higher. You know, we'll go into different routes that give us more drive gauge, et cetera, et cetera. We know how to play a little more defensively to manage the drive gauge. We're just really, really smart. But if you make drive gauges so that it drains 4 bars or whatever like that, that's too much. Like, you've just made the game a little more boring. The problem is right now is that if you do a raw drive rush, the cooldown on your drive gauge after you do a raw drive rush, you cannot gain any drive gauge for 5 seconds. Right? Like, your drive gauge will not increase by itself for 5 seconds. I think it'll only increase if you walk, I believe. Let me see if I'm right on this one. Yeah, so if you walk, it'll increase, but if you do raw drive rush and you do hit them, it will increase. But the thing is, if you do raw drive rush and do nothing, your meter will not start coming back for 5 seconds. Right? It just won't come back for 5 seconds. So one of the things that you can do is just make it so that if you drive, also if you drive rush cancel, your cooldown is 3 seconds. Raw drive rush gives you more of a cooldown than drive rush cancel. If you drive rush cancel, your cooldown is 3 seconds. That's kind of weird, right? Like, that seems kind of unfair. Let me check one thing here. Yeah, so one of the things that you can do to fix it is just increase the cooldown to 5 seconds. And maybe make it so that 5 seconds, or if you do keep it 3 seconds, make it an absolute lockout on your drive gauge. So when you cancel your normal into a drive gauge, even if I punch the enemy, even if I walk forward, I can't gain any drive meter. Like, just lock them out for 3 seconds. So if I drive rush cancel and I start attacking you, I don't get to build a giant chunk of that back. It is now more of a blatant, like, scary thing to manage. And again, is that going to affect lower level people? No, because lower level players just burn themselves out like there's no tomorrow. They don't know how to manage their drive gauge, right? They're just like low forward drive rush, and like whatever. Like they're just burning themselves out. So even if they're not gaining it back, it's fine because it's not affecting their gameplay because they weren't thinking about trying to build their drive gauge back at all. Like, that just wasn't on their mind, right? Like, that's something that you get at higher levels. So if you nerf that, you're not really hurting anything. So if you just make it so that driver's cancels cool you down for a lot longer, or you just make it so that it's an actual lock, it just, it works better, right? If Jamie takes a drink, that's fine. Like, maybe we make it so that if you're locked down, you can't even gain meter on drinking. But if Jamie bypasses that, that's fine, because Jamie drinking is a huge risk, or it ruins his Oki. And in fact, that might actually make Jamie stronger naturally, that he gets to drink. So if he does a drive rush combo that knocks you down and he chooses to drink instead of Oki, and he can gain drive gauge back where everybody else can't, that not only raises his level, but he also gets to do something nobody else can. Hey, we changed the system mechanic and Jamie got buffed. You can't be mad about that. You can't be mad about that. And it's perfect. I think that's great. Like, that makes the idea of the hard lockout except for Jamie drink even better, right? Honestly, I think that would be perfect. And so, yeah, like, but the key is here, we're changing. So I've always said this, my philosophy for balancing especially old games, but you can do this with new games as well. Don't take away the things that people think are fun. But if something is really strong that people think are fun, change the outcome. Make it do less damage, make it give less Oki. Make it, find some other way to make it more punishing. Like Ganajin, for example, right? Like in Street Fighter 3, Ganajin's really broken because once you finish your Ganajin combo, you also get to build this ginormous chunk of your super meter back because this Ganajin gauge is so small, right? So like by the time you finish the Ganajin combo and they get up after you do a bunch of strongs, you're already 2/3 of the way to building up a next Ganajin. And that's like messed up. So like, a lot of people would just nerf the Ganajin. No, don't nerf the Ganajin. Nerf your meter situation after the Ganajin. Find a way to make it so that that all the extra hits at the end don't actually give you meter. If there's no way to do that, just make the Ganajin meter longer then. Just make it bigger. Oh well. Tough. I mean, the thing is, short supers are supposed to be kind of a nerf because you don't have access to as many EXs. But in this case, for Yun, like if you just doubled the length of the Ganajin meter, like that might actually be fair. But the cool thing about it is you didn't nerf what the Ganajin can do, you just nerfed the frequency at which you can access it. So again, one of my philosophies of balance changes is don't try to remove things that people think are fun. Change the risk reward, change the result, change the frequency, etc. Change something around it. So in all these situations, I think that's a great way to nerf drive gauge, like 3-second lockout, so that if I drive rush cancel and I start hitting you, I am not building any meter. I am not building any meter at all. At all, right? Like, and again, that's gonna be tough because right now it's just building whatever meter it normally does. You're gonna have to build something. But if you just build in a way that the drive gauge itself just doesn't accept, meter from certain sources, then it doesn't matter. Then the move can build the meter, but then the game programmatically rejects it. And so you don't have to change much, right? You don't have to memorize the state of being in a drive gauge cancel. You just change the state of the drive gauge itself, and so it's very universal, very easy to simple way to fix it. I'm talking programmatically here, which most of you aren't going to be very interested in. But again, like that works. So 3-second freeze out, except on things like Jamie's drink. And then make it so that if you get hit out of a drive rush cancel, it's a punish counter and you stumble forward. And so you've not nerfed the offensive capability of any of these things. You have nerfed the risk and rewards for these things. If you go for a drive rush cancel and you're wrong and they block, you're kind of in trouble now. Like, you're supposed to feel bad about that. The problem is if you drive rush cancel and they block, you don't feel bad about it. You're like, plus frames, baby. But if you block and you're locked out for 3 seconds and you can't build any drive gauge, that sucks. And now you're gonna feel a little worse about it. Again, changing the risk reward kind of thing, because now if you risk it and you get it blocked, you're kind of in trouble. And so that's the next one. Smelly Beetle, thank you for the transition, says that any thoughts on solutions to throw loops? Yeah, actually, this one is really tricky. I don't know how to do this right, to be honest with you. I really don't know what a proper way to do this is. In this situation, I kind of do agree with a lot of the people who would prefer it if that throw loops were all like Chun-Li. In other words, make it Street Fighter V. Make it just so that you can throw them and you can jab everybody out of the throw so they can't do back-to-back throws. But make it so that the enemy can still meaty you so that if they try to jab, you can blow them up for it, right? That just at least gives people an easier way to escape a throw loop, just mashing on a button instead of having to do some crazy backdash or whatever craziness out there, you know. Because right now, the problem is, if I try to throw you and I succeed, people are gonna be like, well, you're talking about risk and reward. You're just taking 1,200 damage, so you don't get any reward. So why they don't like? Maybe it's not that bad. No, the problem is that it puts itself in the exact same situation, right? That's the problem, is that it can be looped, and that is an issue. So the thing that makes it really scary and why people who are just like, just tech, like I see that sometimes to people and you're just like, oh, the scary thing is that because if you just take the low risk option, you're stuck in the exact same situation. And if logically you should take the low risk option, you will be thrown to death. And that is unacceptable as well. So it's not good for a risk reward situation, right? Because then you have to try to tech, and then if they shimmy you, you die because it's a punish counter, and they get all the time to hit confirm this thing, and you lose all this life. Now, on my side, if I am the guy trying to throw you, right? Like, what is the worst case scenario? They wake up level 3 and I die, and I take a shit ton of damage. That is literally the worst case scenario for anyone going for a meaty throw. Because everything else is, oh, Cammy jumps up and OD dive kicks me. They nerfed that. She can't even hit you with back strong anymore. +4 is all you get. So Cammy has to do dive kick into a jab, which is going to nerf or scale her damage anyway. And she's not really gonna be able to side switch without spending even more meter. And you're not gonna lose that much health anyway. So like, even if you were wrong and they guessed right, whatever, right? If they tech your throw, whatever, they're still in the corner, you still have pressure. If they backdash your throw, sometimes you can't even jab it. Like Zangief is so slow that he might not even be able to punish it in time. Some character, like if you time the throw just right, if you backdash it, you can just get away. They backdash and you still block in time. That's entirely possible. And even if they do punish you, they have to start the combo with a 4-frame button, which is a light, which scales their damage all the way down. So you might get hit and it sucks that you lose the corner, but guess what? You're not really taking that much damage. Again, the problem here is the risk versus the reward. As the thrower, you're very rarely gonna get beat up. Very rarely gonna lose a lot of health for that. Right, yeah, you wake up EXDP, you spent 2 bars. Like, you're kind of at a disadvantage now, right? Because most ODDPs don't give you Oki. So you're back to neutral, and the guy threw you, you ODDP'd, he lost 2 bars, you walk up, low forward drive rush cancel, and they ODDP again, they've lost 4 bars, you've lost 3 bars, you're still in the lead. You know, that's a problem. And so the whole concept here, and I've always said this, is that I don't even think throw loops are oppressive. I don't think they're broken. Again, it's the same thing. It's just that if you go for the throw and you read that they're going for the throw, you can't kill them, is the problem. Now, this is a very risky one here, because if you make it so that if you do something successful, that you get to kill them, like, it might make throws really, really weak. It might make throws really weak and very scary. Originally, my idea was that if you backdash in the corner, so they've already coded stuff like this. If a throw grabs a pre-jump frame, it gains extra active frames. That's how they stopped the jump canceling. So they literally changed it so that if a throw connects with a certain type of frame, its property changes. So if it connects against the pre-jump frame, it just gains extra throw frames. So if you cancel the pre-jump frames into a grounded special move, you get sucked back to the ground and you get thrown, right? But it doesn't affect you if you just normally jump. So what I would say is that if a throw connects on a backdash, something happens. If a throw connects on a backdash, maybe you get a slowdown, or maybe you play a specific animation with the guy throwing that makes them whiff the throw even harder. Like they go, whoa, whoa, like this. And so if you backdash, it is just universally allows you to beat up on the opponent, right? Yeah, extend recovery frames, something. You clearly have the ability to program this kind of thing into the game. So you backdash. Now backdash becomes a de facto counter to throws. But here's the genius part about tying it to backdash, is that it doesn't make it work mid-screen. Because if you backdash and they throw, they're too far away for it to trigger. So it only works in the corner. So it doesn't change the mid-game throw contest, right? If I backdash your throw in the mid-screen, you're moving so far back that the guy throwing is not going to connect with your backdash throw, right? Oh, don't make it work on command throws, because the recovery is long enough already, right? So Zangief's gonna die no matter what. You don't need to do anything to that. But yeah, so the thing is, your throw frame won't connect with a backdasher because they're moving too far away, right? And so they might not be in range. If you can backdash so well that it's like the first two frames of your backdash, and then they connect with it, sure, maybe it'll work mid-screen or something like that, but you know, there are ways to tweak it so it doesn't necessarily help, right? But if you're in the corner, you backdash and it makes them have an extended reel, or makes you recover faster or something, so that now I can hit them with a punish counter. That's really cool. Now, again, the fear is that if you can die by going for a throw and losing 90% of your life, or, okay, not 90% of your life, too much exaggeration, 60% of your life, now throws are too weak, because now the fact that they're loopable, et cetera, is not strong enough. You just don't want to go for a throw. It's really freaking scary now. Now you have really killed throws if the opponent can do that. And so, yeah, like a lot of people will be like, that sounds like a great idea, James. The more I thought about it, I was like, this is a terrible idea. This is a terrible idea, because now no one's gonna go for a meaty throw. Because if you die, like if you lose, like if the guy has 3 levels, you like, and they backdash, like that's messed up. Now you're gonna have to make it so that it's easier to hit the backdash, et cetera, to balance it out. So it's a little tricky. So the alternate that I came up with that makes it so you don't have to change throws at all in any way, shape, or form is that if they grab your frames and you slow down, you have to hit maybe the throw buttons. Like you have to press throw, and you'll do basically like a V break. You'll just do a V break. So if you remember in Street Fighter V, if you V shifted to normal and you press the button, you would come back and hit them. except make this one super fast. Like, it just, like, there's no way the throw is not gonna, I mean, you don't really have to make it that fast because throws have recovery anyway, but if you do that and you kind of get a slow down, you can hit the buttons and then you tech and you hit them. Heck, you don't even have to do slowdown because if you're in the corner and you're trying to backdash a throw, you're just gonna backdash and press the buttons anyway. It's an option select, right? Because if they didn't throw, what's gonna happen? Like nothing, right? So if you're in the corner, just backdash and press the buttons. Or if they throw your throw, it automatically makes you just do the follow-up every single time. And if the follow-up does 1,500 damage, more than a regular throw, right? And it'll probably do a little extra damage because of punish counter unless you tweak it or whatever like that. But then if it also just launches the guy across the screen, then you're out of the corner and you're super rewarded for that, right? And so now what you've done is you've put in a de facto counter that works on throws every time. So not only are you going to be able to stop throws a little bit easier, but lower level players will see it and they'll be like, oh, I should backdash throws as well. But when you fight against lower level players, nobody backdashes a throw because they don't know that that's an answer. But if you make it so that the game has a mechanic that makes it so that backdash becomes the de facto answer to stopping throws in the corner, low-level players will try it. They'll learn because they'll see it and they'll be like, what is that? How did they get to do that? And then they'll figure out how it works and they'll be like, sick, I'm gonna do that too. Right? It's just like, it's perfect, right? It's perfect. So again, if you backdash, maybe it just triggers something and you automatically hit them, launch them across the screen, gives you plenty of time to walk across the screen, they get up, and there's really no way for you to really get that much pressure unless you're Blanca or something like that. So maybe you should just make it 0. So you just knock them down, they tumble and roll to their feet. Right? Wouldn't that be interesting? Like you go pow and they go boom, 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 and they roll to their feet. And when you recover, they're recovered. He's full screen away, and at least you can get a good half a screen out of the corner before you have to worry about stuff again. I think that's right. No, the Street Fighter 4 crouch tech thing was horrible. Horrible. Because there was so, like, the ability to punish that was so hard. You had to learn how to time your button, and it was based on the timing at which the opponent likes to tech throws. It was miserable. There's a reason why they got rid of it, because it was actually too strong. Right, well, like I said, if they're actually both 0 on across the screen, I know there's a delay here and stuff like that. I think that would be best. Like, you just hit them and they roll, tumble, and they roll to their feet kind of a thing. Because I thought of a lot of other things, too, that, you know, like anti-throw techniques that work only if you, like, when you're on the ground, you do something and you'll spring off the wall. You know, like if they try to throw and you can spring off the wall and just get to the other side. So like giving everybody an Aki dash, like if you're in the corner kind of a thing, but you can just hit it, right? Like you can just hit it, it just can't be thrown. So that way it also only works in the corner, etc., etc. So a lot of different ideas that you can do. But inherently, like, if you want to keep the throw loops in there, because a lot of people are like, oh, they're not changing it. Capcom wants to keep the throw loops. Again, you can keep the throw loops and still make it balanced if you just figure out a smart way to do it. There's so many ideas, right? Like I said, and sometimes you have to be smart about it, because like I said, that backdash idea is great, but the problem is if it worked and I get punish counter and I can drain all your life, no one will throw. And throws will become useless in the corner. And that's the opposite of what we want, right? We need to make it so that it's fair and balanced. So a fixed recovery, or I just escape out of the corner, those kind of things are a good idea. So yeah, maybe that's just how it works. If you backdash, you know, a throw in the corner, you automatically spring off the wall while you're in the air, and you jump off the wall and you just go past them. You get to go through them. And so they whiff their throws and you get to the other side, and now they're in the corner, right? So you don't do damage, but you switch positions. So again, like I said, there's no like one right way to do it. There's so many different ways that you can balance this and make it work. And they just have to you just have to try, right? You have to try. You have to take the time to think about how you would balance these kind of things and do it in a way that makes sense both for the beginners and for the experts. Because again, only the experts are backdashing throws right now. You're not going to find people in bronze and silver who are backdashing throws because that doesn't make sense. I was talking to someone at one point and they weren't even they were like, it doesn't even make sense that you can backdash at the corner. They were like, can you backdash in the corner? I'm like, yeah, of course you can. I'm like, oh, that's weird because to them, the concept of a wall means you can't do, like it shouldn't even let you backdash, right? So like, yeah, it's weird. Like a lot of the low level players they won't even think of that as an option to try, you know? And so if you put that in there, now all of a sudden, people are like, oh, I see if I backdash and they throw, I get out or I get to knock them back full screen. Cool. They'll learn to do it. And again, through the game, you're teaching them how to do stuff. And that's really important in my opinion. So people in bronze and silver don't know what a backdash is. Pretty much, yeah, exactly. And again, I'm not trying to talk smack about any of the low-level players because we all go through this and it's common. It's like that. Yes, that's the norm. If you're trying to backdash to avoid things at silver and bronze, like how did you get there? Like you should have been placed into diamond. Like if you're backdashing, you should have been placed in diamond. You know, kind of a thing. So that's just again like smart, intelligent balancing is so important, and I feel like a lot of times most fighting games don't necessarily do a good enough job. I think one of the best examples of it really was Keats, right? When he was balancing Killer Instinct, and you know he had that video where he famously like everybody hated the instinct mode that Jago had. He recovers too much health, and he was like, that's not the problem. And he's like, let's try to figure out what the problem is. And he learned that the problem was the wind kick. And it was just too good. It was safe. It did all this stuff and it allowed him to get in. He was like, okay, so the thing that makes him strong is the wind kick because the instinct mode giving them the health back is not necessarily as big of a deal. It's just that this thing is too strong so he balanced him by nerfing the wind kick and nobody complained about the instinct mode ever again, even though he didn't change it. Right? You have to have that kind of intelligent balancing, right? I mean, if you're a low-level player and you do backdash throws, I mean, good on you. That's what I'll say, Cripnip. So I'm going to say, good on you. That's great. Like I said, I'm not saying that nobody will ever do it, right? But that's great because you've learned about it and you realized it's a tool and so you try it, right? So it's not like some super hidden tech that no one will try. It's just that if you're playing on ranked and you're not watching the FGC and like, how do you even learn that would be an option? There's nothing in the game that says, oh, you're airborne during backdashes, so throws whiff. Like, that's just not in the game, right? The sheer fact that you're in the chat here watching James Chen, one of the 83 viewers on this stream, means you're probably watching a lot of fighting games, and so you learn to backdash, right? So you learn to backdash because you're in the right space. You can get that information, but for the most part, most people aren't going to learn that. So yeah, there's no World Tour section in there because they didn't realize that backdashes were going to be a crucial thing to beat throw loops. And that's why it doesn't reward you enough, right? I mean, the other change you can do is also just make it so that throws have longer recovery frames on whiff, just in general, so that if you do neutral jump it, you can punch them in the head. Like, that works in Killer Instinct as well. If they throw you and you jump, the throw recovery is long enough that you can punch them in the head. One of the biggest problems around is that throw whiffs are so fast that if some guy jumps up, neutral jumps, they still can DP you. The problem is if you make them slower, shimmies are gonna be way stronger, and that's not a good thing either. So again, difficult balance, but if you nerf it for one situation and don't take into account everywhere else it's going to affect, that you're doing a bad job, right? So like, as soon as I talk about, oh, make it recover, so if I neutral, I can punish you, that also makes it so that shimmies are way stronger, so that is also a problem. So, you know, you have to think about it from all these angles. But I think that, like, that's what we gotta do. So yeah, like, these are the ways that I think you can tweak Season 3 and make it so that everybody is happy. You don't have to choose whether to satisfy the beginners or satisfy the experts. You know, like, oh gosh, our game is super popular, I don't want to destroy it for all the casual players out there. So many ways that you can balance it. And it's not that they're all going to be obvious, but just understand the risk reward, understand how it affects the decision making, and you can come up with ways. Again, the beautiful thing, it's a video game. You can program it to do anything you want. Like literally, we could program it right now that if you backdash and a throw frame connects with it, the other guy turns into a rocket and shoots out into the air, and you see him fly out of Earth, and he goes all the way to Saturn, and he picks up some of the mice from Choo Choo rockets, and he flies all the way back, and he lands, and he drops all the mice on you, and the mice eat you, and you die, and it says fatality. Like, you can do whatever the F you want in a video game because you're programming it. So just be creative. Like, just be creative and find a good way to make it work. The reason why I always suggest things that are easy to program is because as a designer, you want that. Because if you make it hard to program, you can break a lot of stuff in the game. Like, you're like, oh, so like, for example, the perfect parry thing that they did. If you perfect parry, you can't cancel anything. It broke the ability to do a quick rise, right? No, that broke your ability to do a proper reversal, remember? Like, you couldn't do wake up reversal anymore. So they didn't, like, they fixed it, but in a way that it broke other things. So the only reason why I suggest ways to fix it so that it's easier to program and safer to program is just, I am doing my programmer due diligence to have a way to code it with the least likely way to break everything else, you know? And I'm going to conclude this conversation with, hire me to help me make your fucking fighting game. I know I'm not a top player, but my brain is still good when it comes to thinking about these things, okay? Hire me to help you make your fighting game. Anyways, so yeah, there's ways to fix this, and obviously there's a lot of implications on this if you actually don't get the if you don't actually get a season 3 update, you know, before Elena, it is going to be a tricky situation. We've only got half a month here because Evo Japan is the first week of May, and if we don't have the update by then, we're going to be starting on the old patch, which would kind of suck. But again, like, is it hurting? Evo Japan had 6,000 plus registrants for Street Fighter 6, which is like the second highest registration mark for Street. Well, I think it'd be like third or fourth highest. You know, the highest being Street Fighter 6 the first year at Evo. But yeah, I mean, I talked about that a little bit earlier, Smelly Beetle, that could just be a kind gesture to SNK. Like, we don't want to take the thunder out of your game. Like, we want to help you, because clearly SNK and Capcom seem to be best buds right now. So that could be the situation. So yeah, like, it's going to be interesting, and I think it's going to be frustrating for a lot of the pro players. So waiting this long, because a lot of people are kind of in this holding pattern right now. Like, a lot of people are like, I'm just waiting to see what Season 3 is like before I decide whether I quit Street Fighter 6 or not. Because a lot of people are like, if throw loops change and drive rushes are the same, like, I'm done. Like, I can't handle this anymore. And there's a lot of people who are leaving the game who are casual players as well. I mean, you see this everywhere. I see this on my Facebook. I see this on Twitter. I see this on Blue Sky. People are just like, man, like, I can't take any more of this. I can't take any more of this game. And so they quit. And that's a problem, right? So I feel like you gotta change it. And the longer you wait, like, it's a problem. So, like, SNK, let's add, Ronaldo, which made everybody mad, and then let's add Salvatore Ganacci, which made a lot of people even more mad. Tekken's like, let's just not do what we told you what we're gonna do for Season 2 patch. And now Street Fighter's like, hi, can we get some information, please? So, like a lot of these companies are kind of screwing up right now. So it would be really nice to be able to hear something about Street Fighter 6 at this point, Again, the Elena trailer not being at the Nintendo Direct was odd. But yeah, like, playing a couple of tournaments before, and especially if we get to Evo Worlds before we get a Season 3 patch, which probably won't happen because it'll probably at latest come with Elena. But even still, if it doesn't change enough, that's gonna hurt Evo a lot, in my opinion. I think it's gonna hurt because I think a lot of players are just gonna be like, I don't wanna play another year of this. I don't wanna play another year of this. And I think think about what Capcom used to do. Alpha 1, Alpha 2, Alpha 3. Like, they're basically not even the same game. Like, you can't take your strategies from one game and use it in the next game. Like, you just can't. Like, that's how different Alpha 1, Alpha 2, and Alpha 3 were. And they came out within the span of 4 years. So, like, people are okay with things being changed. And I like the fact that Season 2 didn't change anything. Because I think running with 2 seasons gives us more information. But honestly, what the way they do with Street Fighter 5 is that when it got to Season 3, they released the arcade edition. When they got like just a little bit later than Season 5, they released the Ultra version, stuff like that. I think those are good times to go ahead and try to experiment. I think it's fine to go for big changes. Just let us play the old versions, please. But I think it's fine if you're willing to go through changes. I don't think people are gonna gripe as much as you think. And especially if you're targeting the Japanese audiences, like they've been seeing these kind of changes in their fighting games for years. They're not gonna get mad about it. So I think it's a good idea to do. So as long as the game stays viral in Japan, I don't think Capcom wants to change stuff. Yeah, and that's what I was saying. Like, you can balance the game. You can change the game so that it doesn't affect 80% of 90% of your player base. All the suggestions that I've suggested won't affect a lot of the casual players, and in fact, will actually help turn them into stronger players quicker. Which is actually good. Like, no one's gonna complain about that, right? So yeah, if you just manage to find a way to be creative, you can, it's possible. It is absolutely possible. Just think about the stuff that work right now that lower players aren't doing. And if you buff that up, like checking a drive rush, because lower level players don't check drive rushes, it works out, right? It works out, and it would make fireballs stronger too. Can you imagine drive rushing into a fireball and stumbling forward, and they can link after it because they hit you with a fireball out of your drive rush? Like, you would actually buff projectiles, which I think would be great, because I like games with stronger projectiles. There's just a lot of ways to do it, good or bad, and you are right. Just hope they don't decide to play it overly safe. It is very common for most companies to play it safe. And so that's why I'm not sitting here being like, yeah, there's a 95% chance Capcom's gonna come at us with something crazy. Like, the probabilities of them not changing much is probably higher. But I'm just here to talk about this and talk about that there is ways to do it. There are ways to do it. And if you really want to be able to facilitate that, just hire me. Just hire me. Just bring me on your team. I'll help you figure it all out. Look, just think of me as like a Phil Jackson or something like that. Like, I was an okay player, but I'm a supremely good coach, right? Like, just let me do that. Let me just do that. It was leaked a long time ago that there was a Super Street Fighter 6 projected release pre-COVID adjustment, so it would make more sense to save it for the title update. Yeah, well, again, the title update for Street Fighter 5 was year 3. That was when Arcade Edition came out. So yeah, like, yes, like this would be the exact time to do all of that. This would be the exact time to do all of that. So anyways, it's already 11:30 here. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours, so I'm gonna go ahead and call it for the night here. As you see, I have deleted the second topic here. But, you know, I hope at least this was interesting. This wasn't as much talking, like, this is just me talking about philosophy of balancing and all that stuff like that, and I hope you found it fascinating anyway. Like, it wasn't more like, oh, this is like, I'm gonna educate, like, it was more just like kind of like a philosophical discussion here. But, you know, the main point is that, you know, you can do these things. You can fix the game for both audiences, etc., etc. It's all very possible, and you just have to have the right mindset to do it. So, yeah, I know the Marvel Collect trailer. Again, they're updating the Marvel Collection to put in the 2 older versions of X-Men versus Street Fighter, blowing my fucking mind. I never, ever would have thought that they would do something like that. Like, ever. Like, I begged them to. I was like, please. And they did it? Like, I just didn't believe that it would actually happen. I mean, that's the main thing to talk about, is now we have access to the 2 older versions of X-Men versus Street Fighter. If you don't know X-Men versus Street Fighter, this is a big deal. This is a big, big deal because of the fact that older versions of X-Men vs. Street Fighter are the ones that most people played at. The version 3 one that's on the game right now is one of the more rare ones played. Like, literally version 1 was probably played for like 2% of its life, and then version 2 is like 80% of its life, and then version 3 is like 20% at the end. You know, that's basically how it works. So having access to the level 2 one, to the version 2 one is important, and it's also important for all of us combo lovers because everything worked in that version. Like, you just had like crazy shit that they nerfed a lot of in version 3, and it is a little depressing sometimes. So I'm looking forward to this. That's gonna be a lot of fun for me. So now I just need to message Capcom and be like, hey, this happened in the arcade, but can you fix this bug where an input gets completely eaten in Marvel Superheroes and in X-Men Children of the Atom? Please, thank you. Would appreciate that. Take care. Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see what happens with that game. They were also talking about the fact that online ranked for CVS2 might just be the EO version or something like that, so it doesn't have roll canceling, which would upset a lot of people as well, because the game is actually better with roll canceling. It's more balanced. But I get it, because then you have players, I'm gonna learn CVS2, and you're like, why does this guy go through all of my moves? And it'll be really weird and confusing. So I get why they'd want to do that, but I don't know if that's the right idea, honestly. But in any case, that's all I'm gonna have for today. Like I said, I wanted to talk a little bit more about guest characters, but I'll save that for next week, which is cool because that'll actually give me time to do a little more research that I wanted to do for the topic that I didn't get a chance to do before I started the stream today. So that'll be cool. But in the meantime, like I said, hope you enjoyed this. I hope you, enjoy a lot of this content. If you do, please consider liking and subscribing. Click the like buttons, the subscribe buttons somewhere here. Editor, do the magic right here. Bling. Oops, I'm a little tilted. Bling. There you go. So add the subscribe button here or something like that. But that would be really cool. And also, just follow twitch.tv/jchenzor, as this is where I'll be streaming from now on. So appreciate you guys watching. Always appreciate you guys for the support. Appreciate the guys with the gift subs in the stream earlier today, etc., etc. And so continue looking forward to my content, please. Appreciate that. And hope you guys have a good one. And remember that the day that this podcast graced your ears was the most important day of your life. But for me,
It was Tuesday.
oh yeah, the cats know it's ending. So I normally raid somebody here, but I'm just gonna shut everything down so I can just take off right now. So, cause I need to feed cats and all sorts of other stuff. So yeah, take care you guys. I will see you guys next time for sure. And thank you again for supporting me. As always, I really do appreciate you guys so much. And you know, like I said, get your friends to watch too. Spread the word. And I'll talk to you guys later. Peace.